Takk Jón fyrir að bjóða mér. Thank you. I prepared my talk in English. Welcome everybody to this interesting conference. It's a pleasure for me to open this conference entitled Democratic Constitutional Design, Negotiating Civil Engagement, Institutional Control and the Common Good. It is now 14 years since the start of the financial crisis in 2008, which pushed Iceland to the brink of national bankruptcy. The crisis brought about important social and cultural changes in Icelandic society, and I think it was Jón Ólafsson who argued that it had profound effects on democratic political culture in Iceland. The most significant of those was the decision of the Icelandic Parliament in 2009 to create a constitutional council which was given the task to revise the Icelandic Constitution. Needless to say, at least in this context, the constitutional bill produced by this council was never ratified by the Icelandic Parliament. I would like to express my thanks to you, Jón Ólafsson, for organizing this very interesting conference. Jón Ólafsson, as you might know, is the principal investigator of a research project on the Icelandic constitutional process 2009 to 2013, and he has written extensively on the Icelandic constitutional process. I would also like to thank all of you, and maybe in particular Katrín Dupré for joining us. Dupré is an associate professor of comparative constitutional law at the University of Exeter, and she has studied processes of constitutional changes across the world. And she has also followed the Icelandic constitutional development since 2008. Together with the late Professor Ágúst Thor Árnason, she edited a book called Icelandic Constitutional Reform, People, Processes and Politics. And congratulations to this recent book, Katrín. As we all know, Ágúst Thor was one of the leading figures of the Icelandic constitutionalism and part of the Constitutional Commission at the time. So we would probably have very much liked to join us here today. I would like to end this by wishing you all an interesting conference. I will unfortunately only be able to join you for 1 hour, but I look forward to hearing your presentations in the beginning of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ólöf. I was going to introduce Katrín, but you have already done that, so I don't think I need to repeat it. I'm going to now put up the slides for Katrín Dupré. And please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm very pleased to be back. Last time I was here was something like 4 years ago, and it feels really a lifetime ago. Special thanks to Jón Ólafsson for inviting me, and thanks to the organizers for their hospitality and their invitation. So I was asked to open this conference so what I'm going to try to do is to set the scene, perhaps to refresh our memory, although I expect you're quite familiar with the reform since 2010. And I will also try to share some of my reflections on the process from having observed it as an outsider, and as well as from having worked on it through the work we did together with August for that book that the Dean mentioned just a minute ago. So I will share some questions, I will share some reflections as well. I don't think I have the secret recipe for what you can do next. So this I'm not able to share. So in my talk, I will have discussed 3 broad points. First, I think when we talk and when we engage in constitutional exploration and constitutional work, and in particular, the work you're doing and the work you've been doing since 2010, reforming the Constitution or even discussing the possibility of reforming it, I think it's really, really important to manage expectations and to have clear boundaries. And I think this is something that perhaps wasn't quite happening at the time, and I just want you to share some reflections about that, and just looking ahead as well as looking back onto the process. The second point is about a reflection on the process that took place between 2010 and 2017. So it's really interesting for me to note that Jón stops the reform at 2013. I extended to 2017. It depends a little bit on what we consider there as the sort of end point, but the start point is 2010. And the key thing we know, and the key feature of that process in terms of constitutional law, is that it took place almost completely outside the normal framework for your constitution to be revised, which is Article 79. We'll come back to that. So I think that's the key feature technically, and then there are other key features on which I will reflect as well. I think, however, of course, I can't predict the future, but it's unlikely that the reform of the Constitution will be taken through a process that is outside Article 79 in the near future. So what I want to do in my last point is go back to Article 79, or Article 79.1, if we want to be very, very technical about things, and just consider what sort of lessons, what sort of reflections we can use and draw from what happened in the past outside Article 79 to see how we can perhaps develop or expand or explore the possibilities or the potentials offered by Article 79. So this is looking ahead towards the next steps of the reform. So, first of all, about constitutions and constitutional reforms, I think it's really important to try to clarify expectations and to set boundaries. Full constitutional reform is extremely difficult in the European context, so I include Iceland in that context for now. It's very, very rare. In fact, it's happened mostly in 2 types of really momentous changes: the post-war Europe, immediately post-Second World War, and the end of dictatorships. So first wave in the south of Europe, and then a broad wave in the center of Europe, so at the end of communism in the 1990s. Outside those extraordinary contexts, it's very rare. I even can't think of one constitution that was fundamentally revised outside those contexts. So it's rare and it's difficult, and it's rare because it's difficult. The Constitution itself is perhaps, I think, one of the most difficult legal texts to draft. It is so complex. It has to serve several purposes, and not all these purposes often, necessarily work together. So the Constitution has to offer some kind of bridge between the past and the future, and allow some space for the present, democratic present to unfold. It is a text that is inward-facing. It is a text about the people living in countries, about their identity, their community, how they see themselves, how they work together, live together. But it is also a text that is outward-facing. This is the sort of, in a way, business card maybe of a country in the world. This is how the country imagines themselves and positions themselves in the world stage. A constitution has to also include a functioning institutional framework. That's really important, democratic institutions. The text itself has to be concise, but at the same time it has to be comprehensive. It has to include all the key issues that matter. So how we deal with that in drafting terms is quite tricky. The language of the Constitution ideally has to be clear, so it has to make sense for people with no particular technical expertise or training, but at the same time the Constitution is a highly technical document. And finally, one last feature of Constitution is that they have to be self-contained. They have to be almost, consistently make sense on their own, but at the same time open up spaces and liberty for those texts to be implemented, brought into life, and of course to be eventually revised. And this is what Article 79 does in the Icelandic context. So in the constitutional reform context, in addition to all this really difficult engagement with an extremely difficult text, the context was very difficult. I don't want to go over the key steps, but I just put it up here on screen so that you have a sense of the key steps of what happened at the time. So perhaps it's not difficult. It's not surprising that it didn't work out quite in the way it was hoped to work, but it is, I think, I can understand it is disappointing. So what to include in the Constitution? It was a key question in driving the process, and still a question that hasn't been addressed. So, in terms of managing expectations, it's important to bear in mind that constitutions cannot address all issues that are close to people's hearts. Constitutions, similarly, cannot make everything that is wrong right. They are not there to address all the problems that the country, society is facing. They don't have the solutions for all the problems that people are facing. There are different routes for different problems in addition and aside to the constitutions. So what belongs to a constitution? And again, it's a very difficult question because we don't have a clear rule. We don't have a clear recipe. There's no one theory we can turn to and say, let's use this theory and put it in practice. It's not like this. There's been evolution over time. There's been differences across the world. But the one thing perhaps to consider always is to consider what may be more easily done outside the Constitution. So if you want to do some changes, there are changes that can be introduced without having to reform the Constitution. I think that may be one reflection from the process of 2010-2017. If we want to narrow down a little bit and try to reflect on what has to be included or could be included in the Constitution, I think there may be two ways of looking at this question. One I'd call the subjective way, and it's about reflecting on what matters so much to people, what matters so much to Icelanders, that they will agree on it despite all the things they disagree on. And I think this is really important. It's important of agreement, of consensus. Constitution is not about political issue. Constitutional matters, constitutional issues are much broader, much more inclusive, and they have to find ways, people have to find ways of bridging gaps across political views. That is a key dimension for constitutional matters. There is also perhaps an objective way of considering what to include in a constitution, and this is what I call the idea of constitutional good, and it sort of echoes the title of the conference. And so what is this good? What is this good that is so important that people feel they cannot live without it? And for that reason, they need to put it in the Constitution, to have it there and to protect it, to have it there as a point of reference. So in many ways, if you want to put things in simple terms, a constitution is not, constitutional good is not primarily about preference. It's about existence. It's an existential question. What is it that people need to stay together, what holds the people together and will help them to keep their sense of togetherness and to function together and to make together the decisions, the collective decisions that affect them all of them collectively inside the country and then outside in the world. So all these questions are really important to consider before embarking on revision process or as you go along as the process develops. And I think perhaps they haven't been maybe sufficiently asked, and certainly here I'm picking up on the point that Augustor made repeatedly, is the question of why you want to change your constitution. And it's a question that was raised at the time in 2010, and perhaps it's a question that is still, I think, definitely, not perhaps, definitely, really important to raise now as you keep working on the constitutional reform. So the second point, what I want to do now is turn to what happened during this reform and what happened as a result of developing the reform outside Article 79. So we know the process, the key stages of the process, a very long process. I don't want to go through all the steps of that process, but you're familiar with the number of bodies, you're familiar, in red as a lawyer, I've highlighted the law, so first an act of parliament in 2010 and then a constitutional statute in 2013, and I've highlighted in blue the 2012 referendum that, you know, has brought us together today. Very long, very complex process, and you know there were problems along the way, and you know there were some glitches along the way that made that process really already difficult, even more difficult. That's one thing. The second feature of that process, I think, key feature characteristic is the unprecedented involvement of people. This was completely groundbreaking, and this was, I think, a fantastic innovation, a fantastic experiment undertaken in Iceland. So what was new in that involvement of the people was not just the quantity of people involved, just giving you a sense of the range of people, I'll come back to that in a second, but also the quality of people. So people, when I mean quality, I mean that they were configured in very different ways, different bodies, they were different inputs of the people at different levels of the whole process. And there was also a deliberate effort of involving people in a direct way, so as direct as possible, as opposed to the Article 79 process, which requires the mediation of general election. So we had the National Forum, which you remember was this gathering of 950 people also to try to decide on, you know, what they wanted with their constitution. Then we had the Constitutional Assembly, which was elected, the body designed, created to draft the proposal. Then we had some kind of, I call it crowdsourcing. I know it's not the best way, but just direct consultation and involvement of people in the work of the council as it became known, and then we had the referendum 2012. So I think this involvement of the people was absolutely important, very innovative, and in that sense I think Iceland probably broke new ground, opened a new path in the way constitution reforms can be undertaken. I think, however, or in addition, that this really complex and involvement of the people is creating expectations that people will be involved and will keep being involved in the future constitutional reform. So that we need to bear in mind on that and monitor those expectations, monitor what is going on there. I think what perhaps hasn't been so clear or explicit, at least in my understanding of the process, is why involve so many people in so many different ways. And I think this is really important if people are going to be involved in ways that are new, in ways that fall outside the established constitutional framework, is to think about why do we want to do that? And of course, the answer to the question why will lead to, how we want to configure these people, what role we want them to play. But the question is, what is the added value of involving people? How do we benefit? Does it lead to a better constitution? That was the idea. What would be the specific contribution of those people, of those different people? And I think back at the start in the national forums, people were asked, and I think if I recall correctly, people were asked three broad questions. They were asked to express their preferences for ideals and values that should be embedded or reflected in the Constitution. They were asked for their opinion about contents of the Constitution, and they were asked for recommendations. And these were really, really big asks for a group of people sort of randomly selected, if you remember. Now, I'm just wondering if particularly in relation to the question on values and ideals, if there may not be an additional or an alternative starting point. What is a good question or useful questions to put to people to trigger their involvement in the constitution making or constitution reform process? I mean, values and ideals, of course, they are really important. They are really important. But they're also very abstract terms. Are they so useful at the time 2010 Iceland? Are they so useful as a question in 2022? It's worth asking the question. We are not in 1776. We are not in 1789. To use the French example, I think there is no major disagreement on the broad commitment to broad liberal values in Iceland. Iceland is part of the Council of Europe that comes together with a commitment to a whole range of values, including democracy, the rule of law, justice, protection of human rights. Iceland is also well embedded in the European Union structure, well, not being an EU member itself. So, to some extent, maybe this Council of Europe in particular can do the value work, maybe, or can be drawn upon. So perhaps the question to ask to people is more practical question, a more basic question, questions like what matters to you? What do you think is really important to put in the Constitution? Not in terms of contents, but what is this good thing that you need to have to be together, to function together in a democratic manner, in a democratic and peaceful manner? What holds you together in your families, in your neighborhood, in your workplaces? What holds Iceland together and what contributes to, keeping its place in the world? Those are really important questions about what keeps people together. What is it that you cannot be without? So, big philosophical questions, but perhaps also this is maybe a practical question. So, I think if we try to distinguish the 2010 process from the 1944 process and the 1990s reforms of the constitution that took place in Iceland, is that I think in 2010 Iceland was on the cusp of something new, was there just opening really something, exploring new territory, a new era of constitutionalism. This is no longer the post-war foundation of democracy after the war. This is no longer the 1990s reform where you improve the 44 constitution to perhaps update it, to make it work better. Something else is going on. And we mustn't, I think, underestimate the novelty of what was happening, the sort of pioneering process here developing in Iceland. So the question is I think, in that context, is not, I would say, just let's not reinvent the wheel, but let's think of how we can build on what is already happening. Let's see what is fundamentally different or what is fundamental that we need to do with the Constitution in 2010 and perhaps as well in 2022. So these are the big questions perhaps to ask people. I'm coming now to my third point and going back to Article 79 of the Constitution, the 44 Constitution. So this is the provision that organizes the way in which the Constitution can be reformed in Iceland. And I have kept the Icelandic original, so people can see. I don't speak Icelandic myself, but this is what provides the framework for revising the Constitution. So here it's important to see that the people are involved in that process. They're involved through the election of Parliament, first election. They're involved through a second election, and they are involved as well indirectly through the role of the President of the Republic here, the President being directly elected, but the President being also involved in confirming and agreeing to the constitutional reform. That's really important. So what I want to reflect on a little bit on the basis of what's happened in 2010, since 2010 and perhaps before, first is there a connection between using Article 79 and the type of reform that you can introduce, or the scope of reform that you can introduce? And the text of the Constitution is open there. There is no strong, guidance or constraints in that respect. But empirically, if we look at what's happened, Article 79 has tended to generate single-issue reforms, so reforms on specific issues, and that's what happened in the 1990s, and we'll hear more about that. It may not be the only reason, but empirically this is what we see happening, and it hasn't worked. I think in 1983 there was an attempt to reform the whole Constitution. Proposal was put forward, and that didn't go through, and we see the same issue, similar issue in 2010, 2017. But this is not a legal point. It's just an empirical observation. So in terms of people being involved, they are involved in there. In terms of sort of reflecting and sort of trying to draw some lessons, if we can, from how people were involved outside Article 79 to, see what we can do in relation to bringing more people under Article 79. So I think there are a couple of points I want to share. First, I think I would like to reflect perhaps on what might have been misunderstandings or confusion in the connection between involving people and the quality of the Constitution. So it seems to me that the process between 2010 and 2017, or 2010-2012, to stop with the referendum, was definitely designed to involve more people. It seems to me that this was guided by an assumption, and you will tell me if I'm right, that this idea that the more people are involved, the better the Constitution. And this seems to have been one of these sort of tacit assumptions. Maybe it was more explicit in some parts of the public, the politicians, the participants. This idea that the more people are involved, the better the Constitution. And I would like to say yes, but, or maybe not. This is not necessarily the case. This is not necessarily the case. I don't think so. In the UK, they say too many cooks spoil the broth. And maybe we can say something similar for the Constitution. Maybe the quality of the Constitution is not directly connected to the quantity of people involved, or whether they are involved more directly than indirectly. It's important as well to bear in mind that in practice, it's just impossible. It's just impossible to involve in reforming the Constitution or adopting a Constitution every single person who will have to live under that Constitution. This is not possible. So we're not looking at that. We're looking at trying to do something else. Another idea as well, another thing to bear in mind is that not all issues that will go in the constitutions, not all issues that need to be codified are necessarily popular issues. This is something really, really important, and there's a really big tension here between, on the one hand, a constitution, reflecting what people want, but on the other hand, the constitution is there to protect people, to impose boundaries, and it's there particularly to protect the goods which may not always popular, which may not be easy to accept, and that people might not have chosen themselves, or not all people might have chosen. And this is the story of democratic constitution. No government at the time when it was introduced wanted the separation of powers. Every government, every head of government wants to keep all powers. Nobody wants to have their powers split into different places. No. So this is precisely why we had the separation of powers. Similarly, in relation to human rights. Human rights are fantastic. They protect people. This is great. But human rights also, put boundaries on a whole range of actors who would, quite frankly speaking, prefer not to be bound by human rights. And this is precisely why we want to have human rights in the Constitution. So this is the first assumption, and my invitation to reflect on this assumption as leading the process of involving more people in the reform of the Constitution. The second assumption, I think, that was really influential in the Icelandic process is the connection, is the fact that the assumption that the more directly people are involved in constitutional reforms, the better it is for the Constitution. And there was, during those years, a really big emphasis on direct democracy, a very big enthusiasm for direct democracy. And this was not just in Iceland. There was like a big wave of enthusiasm for direct democracy. And I think in the Icelandic context, it's very tempting to do that, to involve people directly, just because of the size, because it feels like it is possible to do so, and it is more possible to do so here than in a bigger country. But it is not necessarily the case that the more directly people are involved, the better the Constitution is, and we see that. So I'm opening the discussion for afterwards, what happened with the referendum. You had this great referendum in a way as an idea. Let's consult the people, let's consult them in a comprehensive manner on a range of issues, not just one issue, but 4, 5 issues I think there were. And at the end, the referendum turned out not to be so useful in its direct involvement of the people, but not very useful tool to take the reform forwards for a whole range of reasons. We see, I think, looking at what happened in Chile recently, that referendums also can silence important minority voices. So in Iceland, this may not be the case so much as in Chile, but it's important to bear in mind that sort of this direct involvement of people through referendum is also a fairly brutal or blunt way of constituting the will of the people. So what we can learn, I really have 1 minute left, just go back to that. What we can learn from what happened in the constitutional reform about the people, we'll try to suggest three lessons or 3 reflections. First is a focus on the cooperation between all the people rather than a competition or an antagonism. So in Iceland we had a lot of conflicts and tension. There were the lay people and the experts. There were the people against the politicians, and this was not, I think, very helpful. So I think a greater emphasis on how to connect those people, how to make them a whole people, how to build the people, those very people, as a constitutional people. The second criteria, the second thing to bear in mind is that the people, the importance of clarifying the identity and the transparency of who is involved in the constitution-making process. So when we vote, we know who is involved. But that becomes particularly important in relation to broader processes of consultation, and in particular here, what I have in mind is the use of social media and social platform to collect and gather the view of the people. And the last point, and because we are, and not just because we are in an education institution, I think there's a great merit in educating the people. So training, informing, promoting a better understanding of what is going on, better understanding of what the Constitution is about what the constitutional reform is about. So if I want to conclude really briefly, I would say the constitutional reform, we tend to look at it very much in terms of the draft, the process, but I think I would say for me, what it has done is sought or began to transform Icelanders from voters into constitution makers. And that is a phenomenal transformation. I don't think anyone has tried to do that before. And I think in that transformation, of course, we have different processes, different bodies, but I think what is also very important is how people perceive themselves, how they represent themselves, how they grow from being like an ordinary person, if there is such a thing, into a voter, into a constitution maker. And that requires a lot of, change in the mental or imagination of what people have of themselves separately and together. So this is what I want to finish with, this idea of growing a people, educating a people, transforming a people, and I think this conference is contributing to that, is designed to contribute to that, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you very much for your attention.
I want to say first that I very much agree with the emphasis Katrin has put on the transformative aspects of the Icelandic constitutional process, and especially what happened in 2011. I think it was definitely unprecedented, and it did have a lot of impact. I think if we look at even at what was going on in Chile last year and this year, that was very much connected to what had been going on in Iceland a decade before. But on the other hand, the bad news is, I think, and that's also why this question, what next, is so important, is that this process has also stagnated. I think Katrin pointed out that in somewhere, I may have and others, placed this process within the time framework of 2010, 2013, something like that. But there are several life cycles, actually. So there is life beyond 2013, and there is also life beyond 2017. And in a way, we are maybe seeing one more life cycle of it, because apparently we are going to see one more effort on behalf of the government or the Prime Minister to push through some constitutional reforms for the acceptance of that by Parliament before the end of this term. At least that's what is being discussed, and we still have the policy of the government to carry out a comprehensive reform of the Constitution within 2 terms. That hasn't changed. So until 2025, I think we have to say this process is alive. Right? But if we think about the Constitution in general, I think it's very important, and I think Katrin addressed that to some extent in her talk as well, to think about the interaction between Constitution and society, and how it depends on many other factors than the Constitution. There has been a certain tendency to see the Constitution as a document that will have huge causal effects on Icelandic society. But a successful Constitution, of course, is embedded in well-functioning institutions. It needs trust in government. It needs trust among citizens. And it must also resonate with something. I think Katrin made a good point of taking the existential step, but it must resonate with political tasks that are urgent or seen as fundamental, not only with the priorities at each time. And we have, of course, a lot of different kinds of constitutions. I just for fun, I put up this image of the Soviet Constitution of 1924. And you could ask, why is this so colorful and so graphic? Why? There's an easy answer to that. In 1924, illiteracy was still very high in the Soviet Union. So this is made for people who will not be able to read the context. I think it shows to some extent that the Constitution is also, like Katrin said, it's a technical document, but it needs somehow to be understood by everyone, even maybe people who are not able to read. So, but I wanted to go back to the referendum itself, because the reason we are having this conference today is the 10-year anniversary of the referendum of 2012. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. And I think there's been a lot of discussion about it, a lot of misinterpretation, I would say, but in my view, we should think about the referendum as doing two important things. It revealed a number of voter priorities in the questions that were put along with the question about making the draft constitution the groundwork for a new constitution. It also confirmed the support of the Constitutional Council and strengthened also the legitimacy of its product, of the document. We see the results undermined by the conservative, by those who in different ways were opposed to the project. 50% turnout was seen by many as inadequate, which I think is unfair. It was a pretty good turnout in a referendum like that. There were complaints about unclarity about what the questions meant in the referendum itself, which I think were justified, but too much was made of those complaints. On the other hand, the results have been hyped by the progressive or by those who support the new constitution, and it's been again and again interpreted as equivalent to a ratification of a new constitution, which is obviously wrong. So the referendum became a source of conflicts of interpretation, and this, I think, was very unfortunate and has made it less useful than it should have been and could have been. And of course, if we look at the questions themselves, they are open. What does it mean to ask the public to say whether or not it wants these proposals to form the basis of a draft constitution? How much change is allowed, and so on. And then with the questions here, as we know, the answer, for instance, to question 3 was widely suspected to be the wrong answer. Voters were thought to have misunderstood the question, and so on. So it was definitely a flawed referendum in many ways, but I think still there was an obligation on behalf of the Parliament to announce its own interpretation of these results, but that never happened. So no one took the lead in interpreting it and working with the results, and that has had very bad effect in the long run. So what was the promise that was being worked with in the actual process? And Katrin has already said certain things about that. It was, of course, the first of its kind, but I think also that one of the major innovative issues in the work of the Constitutional Council was the transparency of its work, and that it was it seemed to be working without any interference by the government. So there were expectations definitely created that could not be met. But there was also an impression of authority given, which I think also had played a big role in the international attention that the Constitutional Council got. But this attention was also shrouded in a certain myth about Icelandic democracy. The idea that Iceland is the oldest or the first democracy in the world, that Iceland can be a laboratory of democracy. I think in hindsight it is very clear that the notion that Iceland being so small and homogeneous is a good or a possible laboratory of democracy where others can then learn from is mistaken. I think the smallness of Iceland is a hindrance, if anything, to democratic innovations, and that we also see not only by what I called the stagnation of the constitutional process before, but also that there haven't really been any democratic innovations at all since 2011. So Iceland led the way then, but there was too much reluctance to continue on that way. So there is a mutual reinforcement of admiration from outside and moral certainty from inside, from the council itself, which saw itself really as representing the nation, which gave the new constitution a very, very strange and a very elevated appearance, something we could call a sublime appearance. And I think this has also been the source of the strategies that we have seen in constitutional activism for the last few years. And we have this very interesting situation where those who are skeptical or opposed to this particular constitutional reform initiated by the Constitutional Council are simply silent, whereas those who are interested in following through on what the Constitutional Council did, they keep bringing a very simple message, which we can see in extreme repetition and actions that have not much to do with a discussion of Constitution itself. So I would say we could think about, we see this in four strategies of this sort. There is the broken record, where simple phrases are repeated again and again, to all reflection on how the constitutional revision should proceed. So if the government initiates something, there will immediately be a powerful answer on social media or online saying either we have a new constitution or where is our new constitution. And you might remember, those of you who are from Iceland, these words that were being printed all over town last year. Where is the new constitution? Very powerful message, but very simple, not about constitutional issues, not about the existential meaning of a constitution, but about the fact that we have something that must be reinstated or gone back to. Then we have the strategy of claiming that for most problems that come up in politics, there is a solution in the so-called new constitution, and something that we can call transfer. If there is a debate on a certain issue, somehow the constitution becomes a part of that debate. I think, interestingly, discussion about corruption in many instances go back to the theme of constitution. And then there is what I would call sublimation, where the new constitution is glorified. Musical compositions have been made to it. It has been sung publicly, its text. Art performances and happenings are based on it, and so on. So a lot of very innovative, interesting and artistic activity, but in a way contributing to the stagnation of the actual discussion about the Constitution itself. So the question is, going on with this, and again, this is a question Katrin raised, how can we see the public being involved in continuing the constitutional process? And I think the idea of boundaries or managing expectations is very important here. We could see something like direct involvement in decision making, where the government steps aside. But I think we have seen, and I think the Constitutional Council should tell us that this is not really possible. We could have something like formal participation in policy making, deliberative involvement at a deeper level, where the public is given a role. Citizens engage in a co-creation of policy without power to make changes directly. We had something of that sort in a deliberative poll, which was carried out a few years ago. But this tends to lack resonance, doesn't raise sufficient interest in society, and so on. And then there is something we could simply call open involvement in setting the stage for political innovation, various strategies, and so on. And here I think we have to face the fact that the idea of somehow giving power to a mini-public or giving power to a public body which is outside the institutions, which is then supposed to be able to bring about something that's then going to come back into the political field and become the new constitution, is maybe an impossible step. I think since we are, since the time is not so much, I think I'm going to stop here. I haven't quite finished what I was going to say, but I'm sure we're going to get to it in the discussion. So I'm going to stop with these reflections, and Ragnar is taking over. So let me find your slides here.
Hello, my name is Ragnar Hjálmarsson. I originally come from the field of conflict and peace studies, but as of late I have been working on kind of how democratic states deal with past of economic collapse and the use of mechanisms, so-called transitional justice mechanisms, like the use of truth commissions, prosecutions, reparations, and constitutional reform. And I think I maybe approach this, as I will explain later, from much more of a process perspective rather than substantive perspective. So since the critical juncture of our economic crisis in 2008, there has been a wide-ranging work on changing the Constitution, and it has deepened our understanding of the Constitution. It has strengthened also our understanding of what reforms are needed, and it has left us with numerous well-considered proposals and solutions for possible reforms. Those solutions include the preparatory proposals that the Constitutional Commission from 2010 prepared, the proposal of the Constitutional Council, usually called the new Constitution, the proposal of the Parliamentary Committee that prepared the constitutional bill out of the new Constitution, the 2016 proposals of the Parliament's Constitutional Committee, and most recently the proposals that came out of the leaders process and failed to get past at the end of last electoral term. So since the founding of the Republic, the rewriting of the Constitution has not been as prominent in public discussion as during the last decade and a half. And at the risk of repeating, our understanding of the Constitution has never been as deep. We know what reforms are needed and which ones are needed urgently, and we have at our disposal numerous well-considered proposals and substantive solutions on how those reforms can look like. Nevertheless, we are here in this 14 years later from the economic crash with the Constitution unreformed despite all the work, sitting at the conference that asks Iceland's constitution, what next? My starting point here today will, I suspect, be similar to Andy Karl's in the next session, that problems in securing changes to constitutions are rooted in the processes and methods that are used rather than in the quality of the substantive solutions that are advanced. Or as Andy writes in one of his articles, we have a process problem, not a solutions problem. The next 20 minutes or so, I will draw on theories from and methods from conflict and peace studies to frame our constitutional processes, put them in context with other mechanisms that we use to deal with the past of our economic collapse, and quickly discuss some of the main faults of our processes. Lastly, I will reflect on what lessons can be drawn from this experience and what we need to consider now when we think about what next. Let's start with the stories that we tell of our case. The paths that constitutional reform processes took are aptly described by the typologies that conflict and peace studies propose for political transitions. The first type is rupture. The outgoing regime is weakened to the point of collapse, and the new actors take over the scene and dictate the paths and terms of country's constitutional process. The second is residual, where incumbent political elites attempt to transform the regime by slowly guiding constitutional change and implement the reforms that are limited in scope. And the last one is in the space between the two, a negotiated transition. That is, negotiations between what is new and what is already in place. The Icelandic constitutional process arguably started from the premise of a negotiated transition, that is, consultations and negotiations between the new and the existing, between the Constitutional Assembly, later Council, and Parliament. However, and to our detriment, the design of the process was not robust enough to allow these consultations and negotiations to be successful. The outcome was that the Constitutional Council experienced itself as the new actor on the scene, fighting entrenched elites who blocked progress on the new constitution. After the 2013 election, ownership of the process shifted squarely into the hands of political elites who moved to focus on securing limited reforms. However, and despite all the work and effort during the last decade, Iceland's politicians have been unsuccessful in pushing through any amendments. The situation now seems to be that we are stuck on these two opposite poles, either the new constitution or very limited reforms. The reasons, with some simplification, that the two opposing poles give for the lack of process is that politicians should be blamed, either because of their incompetence or spoiler behavior. Or, if you're on the other side of the spectrum, the blame should be put on the pressure group, those who fight for the new constitution, the meat grinder, as one opposition MP termed the group, whose activism and pressure prevents politicians from seeking and reaching compromises. The skirmishes between those two poles are as regular as they are unfertile. Unfertile in the sense that after each confrontation, the rest of us are no closer to knowing how to move forward. This state of affairs is also arguably useful to the two poles. They feed off each other through the confrontation, get to hand out blame, and reaffirm their principles. Though our constitutional case has obviously Iceland-specific characteristics, the dynamics of the paths that we have taken is not so original when you look at these typologies. Nor is the simple fact that our processes failed is so original, but as according to considered estimates, about half of all constitutional reforms fail, Chile being the latest case. So in many respects, we find ourselves in a situation of a frozen or a low-intensity conflict over the Constitution, where the main action is over, but no overall solution has been reached and seemingly can't be borne. In this stalemate, the political cost of actors of taking a step forward, which would require rethinking and reframing their understanding of the problem and possible solutions, is greater than staying within the comfort zone of current dysfunction. Meanwhile, a young generation is growing up here in Iceland, believing rightly or wrongly that they have been cheated out of a constitution, The regular spats over the Constitution does drip damage to the political body and to political trust, and pressing reforms, for example, on ministerial responsibility and status of international treaties that most people agree on, remain suspended in motion. Again, how this has come about is not so unique about Iceland, to Iceland. Moreover, the failure of constitutional processes is also not so unique when you put it in the context of the mechanisms that we deployed to deal with the past of our economic collapse. We in Iceland, we deployed 5 different mechanisms to deal with the past of our economic crisis and answer the key questions that arise after a critical juncture. Why did this happen? Who is accountable? Who should be compensated? And what reforms are needed? In my previous research, I described how, unbeknown to them, Icelandic political elites adopted what is called the holistic approach that is advocated by conflict and peace studies to how societies emerging through conflict should deal with their past. That is, to respond to loss of legitimacy through truth-seeking, our Truth Commission, the Special Investigative Commission, to advance accountability through prosecution, the establishment of the Special Prosecutor's Office and the trial of the ex-Prime Minister before the High Court of Impeachment, and to address harm and victimhood through reparation, our correction, the so-called leiðrétting, and outline institutional responsibilities through constitutional reform. This comprehensive response to the crisis is a testament to the responsiveness and creativity of our politics. They can be done good. However, these mechanisms were not all effective and some were even harmful. The difference between failure and success has a lot to do with timing. Unlike in conflict societies, when dealing with the past usually starts when the conflict is burning out or is over, the efforts to deal with the past of an economic crisis begin just as this crisis is starting to exert its polarizing impact. The window of opportunity to deploy effective mechanisms is therefore very short. We know how this played out in Iceland. The mechanisms that we adopted early in the crisis and on the basis of strong political consensus, the Truth Commission and the Special Prosecutor, they proved to be very effective. However, mechanisms that were adopted later, after shock turned to anger, after political trust started to nosedive, after relations between political opponents worsened, these later adopted mechanisms hardly stood a chance in the rough sea of our post-crash politics. The trial of the former Prime Minister was harmful to the country's healing, the correction was polarizing and a wasteful use of taxpayers' money, and the constitutional reform process, well, I mean, here we are, all these years later. 2 short points connected to this. There's a common refrain in Iceland that nothing has changed after the economic crash, and the failure to reform the constitution is held up as a symbol of that failure. I disagree with that sentiment. In no other country after the global financial crisis did political elites engage so thoroughly with the fundamental questions that the crisis created. And as my research shows, those efforts also led to significant reforms of our political and economic systems. However, our failure to reform the Constitution, the only mechanism of these 5 that has not come to an end, means that we have not been able to put an end point, a final stop to our transition out of the economic crisis and the painful politics it created. That relief is long overdue. The second point is that we should give ourselves a bit of a break. The tug of war between the old and the new in constitutional reform processes is not unique to Iceland. The failure of our processes is also not unique in the broader perspective. And attempting to reform the Constitution at a time when the economic crisis had just begun to exercise a destructive impact on our politics was, with the benefit of hindsight, always going to be obstructed by an environment that even the most robust processes would struggle to navigate through. And our processes were not robust. The Constitutional Council process was plagued with unclarity. Unclarity over the scope of reform, unclarity over the mandate of the Council, unclarity over working procedures, unclarity around the structure of expert input, unclarity over the political status of the draft proposal, unclarity over how consultations with Parliament over the draft should proceed, unclarity over Parliament's obligation to the draft, and there was unclarity over public consultations. And when the consultation took place, there was unclarity of what to do with the results of the referendum. The 2013 to 16 process in Parliament's Constitutional Committee was colored by the drama of the past, making it difficult to reach compromise between those wanting comprehensive reform and limited reform. There was a lack of buy-in by the opposition and a corresponding lack of ownership of the process. There were frequent changes of committee members. Committee members did not have strong enough conviction in the project or the required standing within their parties. And the chairing and management of the process lacked political leadership. The committee carried out important background work and scoping work and produced draft constitutional bills on 3 of the 4 main priority issues, but ultimately the process was insufficiently isolated to the external environment. There was an unhelpful intervention by the ex-president, and then the Panama Papers scandal meant early elections and that the process hit a wall. The now ongoing leaders process, which is intended to run over the next electoral term, has also failed to deliver tangible results. Even though there is now clear political leadership of the process, some of the same issues plaguing previous processes remain in play. This includes the opposition's lack of conviction in the process and its lack of ownership of it. There was also a lack of clear working procedures on decision-making, no structure around the input of experts, too flexible deadlines, perhaps a too ambitious roadmap, lack of isolation from the impact of the daily political grind, and disagreements long well into the process about the actual nature of the process, if it was a whole-scale reform or a piecemeal reform. And finally, there was an ever-present impossibility of securing an agreement on constitutional amendments just before elections and when parties are already in campaign mode. To summarize, our processes have not served us well. We have a process problem. So what to do about it? How can we construct a more robust framework around our constitutional reform processes? Here, the typologies of conflict and peace studies come again to use, but they make a distinction between so-called second-track processes, first-track processes, and 1.5-track processes. Second-track processes are informal, unofficial processes where individual members of civil society, academics, or other interested actors work together to draw pictures of a new constitutional process and jointly seek solutions to known and expected problems and obstacles. Such second-track processes can have significant impact in the sense that they create opportunities to build essential relationships. And the testing of ideas that take place and the proposals that those conversations create, even outlines of a new process, can shape future thinking and have instrumental impact on the final agreed process. 1.5-track processes are like second-track processes in the sense that they are informal and unofficial processes that create a confidential space for participants to exchange views and test ideas. The participants, however, are different. Here, they are top-level political decision makers, not necessarily party leaders, but somebody who enjoys their trust, who work together with an external facilitator or a mediator. That is, an external party, an individual or an organization that can draw on comparative learnings from other contexts, that has the practical experience and knowledge to suggest ways to think through problems and to point out creative solutions, as well as being a facilitator and a mediator in difficult conversations. The purpose of 1.5-track processes is not so much to settle the divisive issues, but rather to strengthen common understandings, create new insights, and be a source of inspirations for those involved. That is, to develop options and to help bring out better comprehension and understanding between the parties, and in such way to prepare and create momentum for Track 1 talks. And Track 1 talks are those we are perhaps most familiar with. They are the formal and public talks of the political leadership of a country, where political leaders sit down at the negotiating table to negotiate a final framework agreement on the process, how it should be designed and implemented. Though this overview suggests that the movement is predetermined from second track to 1.5 to 1, the relationship between these tracks is not so clear-cut. The journey can start at different stages at the ladder. 2 or more informal processes can be taking place at the same time, and an informal process can also run parallel and strengthen the formal process. And processes can go into hibernation and then wake up again when the landscape changes, and so on and so on. The point here is that there is no one right way to seek an agreement on a constitutional process. And there are no off-the-shelf prescriptions that can be implemented without regards to context. Each case is different, and case-specific conditions ensure that no 2 compilations of constitutional reform processes are the same. What I'm getting at is that politics is creative work, and constitutional processes are not so much designed as they are the result of political negotiations. Again, constitutional processes are not so much designed as they are the result of political negotiations. But what is there to negotiate over? Before my time runs out, I want to go over some of the key points that are useful to consider, analyze, and reach an agreement on. This is not an exhaustive list, by no means, but rather a brief overview to stimulate our discussions. Chairing and management. We know the consequences when there's a lack of clarity over the chairing and management, and when those in charge lack the capacity and/or the political will to manage the process effectively. This has been addressed in the ongoing process by designating the Prime Minister and her ministry with this responsibility. Given the lack of progress, there is a need to discuss the pros and cons of this arrangement. Would it be better to shift this responsibility to Parliament, to the Speaker's office, or a parliamentary committee? Or can we imagine a hybrid arrangement where executive and the legislature share the responsibility? Or, if the framework of the process is really robust and stakeholders feel the ownership of the process, would, in those conditions, a strong leadership role of the Prime Minister and her ministry be a good choice? Who participates? This is always a divisive issue. Which actors have to be included and in which manner? Should it be the political leaders? Should it be MPs that enjoys the political leaders' trust, as we did in the 90s? Or should it, as some here would like, there be a new elected body that drafts out the Constitution? Again, this is something to be determined and decided by negotiations. But I would like to inject that if you think of actors as having diverse roles, for example, in terms of active participation, representation, and consultation, we also diversify the type of actors that can have an input into the discussion, even if they don't get to make the final decisions. Guiding principles. They are intended to provide guidance for the process without being too restrictive, and are usually seen as political obligation rather than binding legal principles. To date, the guiding principles of our processes have been very general value statements that most, if not all, in society could subscribe to, and it was never made clear how they would operate in practice. Another way to approach these guiding principles is to see them as an expression of red lines that parties hold, and a tool that can put parties more at ease in the negotiations. For example, what guiding principle can reduce the fear that many on the right have that a new constitutional process would lead to the destabilization of the constitutional order? And equally, on the left, that there is a need for a comprehensive revision and a new constitution is given weight. How would these kind of principles function in practice? Who decides on them, and should they be verifiable? And if so, by whom? Financing. How much will the process cost? Where does the funding come, and when? And who is accountable for the spending? We know the consequences of doing constitutional reform on the cheap. When I was working for the IMF office here in Reykjavik in 2010 and 11, I noticed that the Treasury was spending more money on pumping sand out of Sandeyjar harbor than we were spending on our constitutional reform processes. We can't afford to make that mistake again. Nor can we afford overspending and mismanagement of funds, as it will dent the legitimacy of the process. In all cases, the more thoroughly the process is thought through, and the more accurate the spending estimates can be. Timetables. Is there to be a timetable? And if so, how tight? Or extended? How rigid and how flexible? When are issues considered ripe enough for negotiations? How frequent are the negotiations, with regular intervals or by need? And what are the milestones of the process? Timetables are important because they frame the momentum of the process. And the momentum is the most valuable asset in any process. They are also a way to control the cost of the process, and they can also ensure that narrow interests do not rush the process or drag it out. We have experiences of both tight and extended timetables. Getting them wrong, as we have done in the past, may mean that the document produced lacks legitimacy in the eye of the public, the document is of poor quality, or no document at all is produced. Timetables are unassumingly powerful instruments, and we need to pay greater attention to them, including who should set the timetable, how rigid or flexible it should be, what factors are likely to result in completion on time, and what happens if deadline expires, and how it can be enforced. Working procedures. How are decisions made? Is majority enough? Is there a need for a broad consensus? What does a broad consensus actually mean in practice? Or is unanimity required? Here we should also think about how parties express their positions. Should it be informally expressed in meetings, as in the ongoing leaders process, or should that informality and flexibility it gives be curtailed by requiring parties to exchange position papers on divisive issues, in the hope that it creates a clearer view of the landscape and the scope of the agreement? So, I'm talking a lot. I need to water. Also of relevance is the need to weigh if transparency or a measure of confidentiality in negotiation is more likely to lead to effective outcomes. And depending on the balance set, how would it function in practice? Sequencing, a key issue for us in Iceland, is our experience of completing constitutional bills just before elections, which exposes the work to last-minute power politics and the dynamics of electoral campaigning. How can we take the air out of this problem? And another issue related to sequencing is the need to think through if it's possible and or desirable to have public consultations both before and after a draft is presented, or just before or just after, or neither. And that goes into the public participation and consultation that both Catherine and Jón have discussed. And I mean, I think we have used it as an instrument quite a number of times, and it has become a bit of a blunt instrument. And we need to think carefully before we wield it again, and as Catherine said, think through what is the added value. The role of expert. In every constitutional process, the role of expert is always a source of tension. In our processes, we have consistently failed to create clear structure around the input of experts, which has not helped in our small society, where, to quote Catherine, it can be difficult to untangle the personal from the political, or the political from the constitutional. Generally, experts are most used at the start and close of a process. In the beginning, they can give ideas what may be entailed in a good process and provide useful comparative examples, and soften the clay, so to speak. They take on a more low-profile role during the drafting process, though they can be called on to mediate and facilitate difficult conversations. And nearing the end of the process, experts become useful again to give comments on the draft constitution before it moves to final approval and ratification. How do we deal with deadlocks? While disagreements over divisive issues will inevitably arise in negotiations, there is a danger that they can lead to a prolonged deadlock that can significantly delay the process or cause it to collapse. In this context, mechanisms that help parties overcome divisive issues is important, and they can be grouped into two types: deadlock prevention mechanisms and deadlock breaking mechanisms. Deadlock prevention mechanisms, they can include, for example, the constitutional principles I discussed earlier. Negotiating them can build up trust between parties and provide guarantees in the terms of the broad parameters of the negotiations. In our case, to prevent the repetition of political leaders arguing long into the process about its actual nature. Another way to prevent deadlock is through scheduling divisive issues. Is it better to start with the low-hanging fruits that there is agreement on to build trust and momentum, or is it better to start with the difficult ones? Or do we start with the issues that are ripe enough for negotiation? Moreover, should we perhaps adopt a one-text rule that nothing is agreed until everything agreed, which can create a shared ownership of the final text, or should we proceed in stepwise manner, mixing divisive and less divisive issues into tranches that allow negotiators to engage in trade-offs and bargains over different provisions? Who conducts the negotiations is obviously an important question. Having top-level leaders participate directly in negotiation throughout the process can make compromises more difficult to broker because of leaders' fear of losing face. But if the people at the table are only messengers that can't deviate from instructions from party HQs, then there is limited room for compromise. Ideally, negotiations should take place, as they did in the 90s, between people with direct lines of communications with the top-level leaders, and with the authority to take decisions within certain parameters. This allows negotiators to bargain, while the top-level leaders can be called in to intervene in negotiations to resolve a deadlock on a particularly divisive issue. Third-party involvement. In some cases, constitution makers that are faced with substantial disagreements have referred the contentious topic to a third party. A third party could consist of a group of thematic experts and or representatives of civil society organizations that would act as an advisory body by providing alternative views and proposals on the issues plaguing the negotiations. Such consultations with third parties have the potential to change the dynamic of the negotiation and depoliticize the divisive issue. Deadlock breaking mechanisms. What to do when negotiations just hit a wall. Here we can bring to the negotiating table the possible use of sunset or sunrise clauses. That is temporary constitutional provisions that expire or come into effect automatically after a specific period of time. We can also think about mandatory reviews of a particular divisive constitutional provision that could be used to break a deadlock. This is a strategy that consists in adopting a specific constitutional design option, but agreeing to reopen negotiation on the matter after a specific period of time. Can we make use of constructive ambiguity, a drafting technique that helps parties reach a compromise by agreeing on an ambiguous text that allows the negotiating parties to read their different understandings into the text? This can be useful, but it leaves the courts in the unenviable position to be called upon to interpret the relevant provision. Can divisive issues be resolved through ordinary legislation or the judiciary? This can be a possibility in some cases, though it's unlikely that seriously divisive issues can be resolved this way. Deadlock over divisive issues can sometimes, as a matter of last resort, be resolved by a referendum. Though a referendum will yield results and perhaps some legitimacy for it, it comes, as we felt on our own skin, with the risk of deepening polarity. And if the vote is close, divisions will continue. Getting the help of third parties when negotiations hit the wall. Would it be useful to have a Martti Ahtisaari type on the sidelines? Someone who enjoys the trust of all parties and can be called upon to facilitate conversation or mediate a solution. And finally, the legal basis of the agreement. Finally, what form should an agreement on a process take? Should it be an executive order? Should it be a parliamentary resolution? Or would it even be beneficial to go as far as passing a law that sets out the process? Should there be a public consultation, possibly an advisory referendum on an agreement that sets out the process to give it legitimacy? Or on the other side of the spectrum, should it be kept informal and signed without a legal basis? In all cases, the important question to consider here is whether the process, once it has started, can be stopped. As with everything I've listed, the answer will only emerge out of negotiations. A shift from the what to the how. I'm already over my time, So let me just wrap up by reiterating that we have a process problem here in Iceland. And for us to address it and to break out of the stalemate, there is a need to shift the focus away from what we want our constitution to say to how we want to reform it. Trusting that if we do the how well, it can finally get us past the finish line and in the process positively shape the legitimacy, the orientation, and the content of our constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ragnar. We have 10, 12, 15 minutes for discussion. So if anyone would like to ask, Pontus.
Yeah, I have a kind of a broad question to everyone, I guess, or whoever wants to say something about. I'm a PhD student in history, so I feel that it can be sometimes problematic to draw too many lessons from the past, to try to draw lessons from the past that you somehow use in the future. And it seems to me that a lot of the discussion now in your presentations were about talking about the processes and methods of this constitutional design that didn't work out, and perhaps that's why we don't have a new constitution in Iceland. But isn't it also true that perhaps the nature of the crisis itself was not severe enough, that the financial crisis here in Iceland was not so severe, or perhaps it was severe enough, but there was no clear break with the past in a way, that this neoliberal adventure that Iceland went upon was supported by both sides of the aisles of the parliament. So there was no really, the elites that were responsible for this crisis were not really dealt with because of that. And that might have been the most critical contributing factor why we don't have a new constitution, because there was no consensus around it. And simply that the next crisis we will experience won't be the same as the financial crisis back then. So should we maybe be careful to draw too many lessons from this one? Thank you.
Katrin, do you want to start?
Thanks very much for your question. I think the crisis, I wasn't there, but I think the crisis was really, really serious in 2008. I think it was compared to the near-death experience for Iceland, and I think people suffered a great deal in that process. My question, so I answer your question by another question, is whether reforming the Constitution reform was a way of addressing the crisis. And in fact, in Iceland, what you have is a different process addressing that specific financial crisis. And it may be that that specific process that was, again, very innovative, and I think quite unique compared to what happened elsewhere, it may be that that process was sufficient to address the crisis, and the Constitution didn't have much to do with perhaps the causes of the crisis, and the constitutional reform didn't have much to offer in terms of addressing the crisis. The proposal, the 2011 proposal, as far as I recall, doesn't really seem to engage, explicitly with what may have been the causes of that crisis. So I think we have to be careful about, what sort of crisis is a constitutional reform best equipped to address for. Yeah, thank you.
I would support what Katrin said, and also when you look at the international environment, you will see constitutional amendments being made in Ireland, Spain, Portugal, Italy, and they are all very limited in scope, and they were successful. I think the comprehensive review of the path that we took in Iceland is more like a reflection of exactly how deep our crisis was, if anything. So I think that's the only thing I would like to add.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. I recall the discussion about whether the Constitution had caused the crisis or not. And I think that was, part of the discussion was about that, whether there was something in what it was in the current institutional framework in Iceland that actually facilitated or made this possible or prevented the politicians from actually doing something about this. And I mean, if we look at the prosecution of Geir Haarde, I think that reflects that to a great deal. In a way, the decision of the court to convict him was also a confirmation that the Constitution actually had something to say about this, that the Constitution had been violated, whether that was a deliberate, whether that was intentional or not. But in a way, I think I might be inclined to say yes, that in a way the crisis in Iceland was not very deep. It felt extremely deep for a short while, but it really wasn't very deep. And I often took myself the example of Russia and Eastern Europe under the collapse of communism. We never experienced, deficit of basic goods or anything like that, for instance. Any other questions? Þórunn.
Hi, my name is Þórunn. Hi, my name is Þórunn. I'm chair of the Surveillance and Constitutional Committee of Parliament of Iceland. We might get a taste of this issue before the end of this term. Who knows? I would like to ask questions like, I'm kind of struck by the first question about there's nothing to learn from history. Put it very bluntly.
No, that's not what I said.
No, I know that's not what you said. But I think it's very important, given the insights that you all have given us, that, because I think whether we are on this side or that side of this extremely polarized debate in Iceland, and Ragnar has, of course, developed a guideline, basically, of how to get out of here. What, in your three minds, would be the sensible next step in this process?
Oh, this was the question we all dreamed of getting. Katrín, do you want to start?
Thank you. Thank you for the question very much. And thanks, Jón. Possible next step. Yeah, maybe just one small step, but if I follow my thinking about, what happened during the reform was about the reform, about the Constitution, but also about creating and growing Icelandic people as constitution makers, not just people voting through Article 79. And I think there is room for a lot of, I'm not sure what the best term is, but let's say public education on constitutional matters. I think I would say that engaging people in discussing the Constitution, not necessarily with the aim of reforming it, but with the aim of understanding what it is about, understanding what has been done in the past, understanding the scope, the potentials of what can be done through the Constitution, as well as what cannot be achieved. So I go back to my years of managing expectations and boundaries, so that people hopefully gain a better understanding and perhaps a more realistic understanding of what can be done. That's what I would suggest. Thank you.
I mean, I think what is useful at this point is maybe to take a step back and think about, okay, as I tried to explain in my presentation, to move the focus away from kind of what we want in the Constitution to how we want to do it. And if I understand correctly, there are possible movements in
process. And I think if that is done, it has to be done very well. Because another failure, you can't really afford another failure. And this is also like something about, and we go back to it maybe in the final panel, that we had a functional way of amending the Constitution before, in the 90s, like 91, 95, and 99, after every election there was amendments made. And after the caste and painful politics that created, we have gone into like a dysfunctional mode of changing the Constitution. What I worry about is that if the decision is taken to like focus on the kind of low-hanging fruit and just get a couple of things done, and then go into kind of have political power bargaining at the end of the electoral term, we have gone from functionality to dysfunctionality to a new normal where constitution issues are in the basket of negotiation with other issues. So I would not recommend that. I would rather recommend, let's take a step back. And even though you don't get anything, agreed or changed during this electoral term, it would be a considerable contribution if you can leave the process in a good place, because the process has not been in a good place for a long, long time. So that in itself could be the most useful contribution.
Yeah, if I can take up that thread. I feel myself, having been an observant of this for a long time, the conflicting inclinations of wanting to see something done, wanting to see something happen. Finally, at least the natural resources article take effect, or something like that. And on the other side, thinking about how to break out of what we could call a deadlock or something like that. And the fact is, I mentioned stagnation before, which I think is unfortunately the current status of the debate on this. It's stagnated, but it's also, because of the stagnation, it's embedded in cynicism. If the cynicism you encounter when you argue publicly that something else than going back to the new constitution is feasible, is overwhelming, and the cynicism also from those who have maybe more conservative opinions. And I think if it would be possible to somehow liberate the constitutional discussion from this captivity of cynicism, I think that would be a huge step. Whatever else will happen then. Okay. If there is one short, urgent question, we could take that, but if not, I think we will now take a break. We'll continue at 2 o'clock with this agenda. Stefanía will start, then Kári and Andy Karl is going to be our final speaker today before our roundtable. So I hope you stay with us. There's coffee to be had, and we'll meet again in 20 minutes. Thanks. So we will now continue. We have 3 speakers for this session, where we are trying to move this discussion from lessons of the past to current constitutional perspectives, and Stefanía Óskarsdóttir will start. Stefanía is professor at the University of Iceland and is also on the board of the project Democratic Constitutional Design, which is holding this conference. So, Stefanía, please. Yeah, I'm going to put your slides on.
Komið sæl. I will be speaking in English because we have foreign guests here, or participants, and perhaps people online who might be interested in this topic as well. I hope so, at least. As Jón said, we on this part of the program have been given the task of talking about what next actually, or that's how I understood my task here. But in order to talk about what next, it's necessary to look back. So I think we're not done with looking back in here today. I'll be shortly going over the institutional framework of constitutional changes in Iceland and elsewhere, perhaps. I will then talk about the background, that is to say the political context of this whole issue that we're faced with, of how to amend or change the current constitution. And this will lead me to the obstacles that we are facing presently and what will happen or what can happen in the future. So the first question that I would like to raise is the question of what is a constitution? And I ask my students this all the time, and they always have answers. They always say it's a document containing things that you can do or cannot do. It contains something about who has power and who hasn't power, etc. And that's all correct, except that a constitution is not necessarily a written document. Not in all places, not in all countries. For instance, in Britain, which is often taken as an example of very early democracy, and of course the birthplace of parliamentary government, it does not have a specific written document which is the Constitution. Constitution, in other words, is it's a larger body of fundamental principles or established precedents according to which a state is acknowledged to be governed. So this means that there may be a written constitution. We can take an example of Iceland, which has a written constitution, the United States, which had the very first written constitution, and France. But as I said, Britain does not have a written constitution. And that doesn't mean that Britain doesn't have a constitution. It has. Because in addition to a codified framework, a constitution also includes precedents, traditions, legal and judicial interpretations. And constitutions are also supported by the legal framework of a country, as well as the international context, as Catherine pointed out in her talk earlier today. And a constitution is changed when the wording of a constitution is changed, if the constitution is codified, written. But it also changes when people's understandings or interpretations of the constitution change. Not any people, but people in power or bodies of authority, like courts. Let's say the president of Iceland comes up with a sort of creative reinterpretation of one of the articles of the Constitution, which becomes very popular and becomes accepted as the right understanding of the Constitution. I could take other examples. And then because constitutions are a sort of fundamental part of any state's government, they have to reflect the way governments are set up or how they operate, and so they evolve, and they evolve by changing the wording, and they also evolve through changing practices and new understandings, etc. And it's different from one country to another how constitutions, the written part, are changed. But usually it's quite hard to change a constitution. especially in democracies. It's easier in authoritarian states, for obvious reasons. So, how do we change our constitution? You probably most of you know this, but I'm gonna tell you anyway. It's a two-step process, which means that Parliament ratifies a legislative bill on constitutional changes, and then it must be dissolved and new elections called, and the new Parliament that is convened also ratifies the changes. So this is how we change the constitution in Iceland. But there is also so you could say an additional unwritten rule about how we change the constitution here. And that is that so far in our history, there has been an effort to seek a sort of supermajority, try to get as many parties, as many MPs behind the change as possible. Sometimes it's been up to 100%. For instance, when the human rights chapter of the Constitution was changed, but at other times less, and that includes controversial. That was on issues that were more controversial, such as, or in particular, the changes of the electoral system. And there have been a few of those that were contentious issues, very controversial, and resulted in changes that enjoyed the support of, let's say, 60, 70% of the members of parliament. And I would also like to add that Iceland has twice, our Málþingið, our parliament, has twice temporarily changed the clause on how to change the constitution, and thereby introducing a national referendum in place of a second parliamentary vote. The first time this happened was in 1942, when it was agreed that when we would become a republic, and changes need to be done to our constitution in order for that to happen, the new constitution would be ratified in a referendum. And the second time was in 2013, when it had become clear to members of parliament that the constitutional process that had begun in 2009 was sort of on life support. And people hoped that perhaps in the following term something would happen that would change that. And if that were to happen, these changes that Parliament would ratify would be put up for a vote in a national referendum. And that clause was terminated in 2017. It was only for a 4 years period. So we have had 3 constitutions. Not that there's been such a huge break between these 3 constitutions, not at all. But we talk of them as 3 constitutions, nevertheless. And each of these constitutions, they signified a major milestone. The first one, which was more or less the Danish constitution, and we were part of Denmark, gave our special version of this constitution, gave Parliament the right to legislate on matters particular to Iceland. And this constitution was amended 2 times. And the second one was ratified after we had become a sovereign state. This one was amended 3 times, and the changes, they had to do with the electoral system, more or less, and voting rights. And then we had the 1944 constitution, which was more or less very similar to the 1920 constitution, with the exception that it said we were a republic, governed, or not governed, but with a president elected in a national election, etc. Very minor changes in this constitution, but nevertheless it was a milestone. It's the Constitution of the Republic. This one has been changed 8 times, and the changes involve changes in the electoral system, but there have also been changes in the structure of parliament, making Málþingið a unicameral legislature, and significant updates on the human rights chapter of the Constitution. So the Constitution of Iceland has evolved. It has changed, both through the changing of its wording, but also it has evolved through interpretations and political practices. Just I want to make that point as well. And what sort of characterized the constitutional changes prior to 2009 was the fact that they were usually prepared by a committee of representatives of the political parties, often high-level people representing their parties or their parliamentary party groups, and also with inputs from experts and even the public. So some of these committees were successful in bringing, or they resulted in actual changes. Others were not, did not lead to anything for that time being, so to say. So that leads me to this question of whether Iceland needed a new constitution in 2009. This is a very contested question, and people have been very split on this ever since. We could say on the left, it was to people fairly clear that a new constitution was needed, that it was desirable, that the financial crisis had created such a rupture in society that there had been this total collapse, and a new republic needed to be rebuilt, a new Iceland. And nothing less than a new constitution could sort of be the guiding principle for this new republic that people hoped for. And we saw this on signs at Østvellir in the pot and pan revolution, where people were calling for a new Iceland and a new beginning, new something, a new republic. And interestingly, the government at the time was facing many difficulties, obviously, and it fell apart. And a new minority government was formed with the guiding hand of the then president of Iceland, who sort of facilitated the creation of the minority government. It consisted of the Social Democratic Alliance, Samfylking, and the left Green Party, VG, with the support of the Progressive Party. And the new minority government was to, according to the president and also the new prime minister, had set itself 3 tasks. It was to aid the homes that had been affected by the crisis. I guess do something about the debt crisis. And the third, and not the least significant part of this, was convening a constitutional assembly. And this had been one of the conditions that the progressives had put up for supporting the minority government at the time. And who was against this, of calling for a new constitutional assembly, which would set a new constitution, or would prepare at least a new constitution for Iceland? Who was against this? The conservatives, the Independence Party, the Sjálfstæðisflokkur, in particular, who said it did not see the need for such a thing, no need for a new republic, no need for a new constitution, and that such a thing sort of signified sort of the defeat of Parliament, and sort of because the power to change the constitution, they said, rests with Parliament, and they also, of course, inwardly saw this as a political defeat to sort of agreeing to this undertaking. So they were from the start against this whole idea of creating a new constitution for Iceland. Anyway, probably my time is running a bit short. You know that this idea of a constitutional assembly, it evolved. So it was one of the founding principles of the minority government of 2009. And just a few weeks into its rule, it proposed changes to the constitution. One of the changes was to temporarily change the constitution so that there could be this constitutional assembly that would have the power to change the constitution. And you know, there would be a referendum afterwards. And in addition, 3 other suggestions for changes. These were met with huge resistance by, in particular, the Independence Party in Parliament. And because, you could say, of the filibuster method that is so prominent and so characteristic of the Icelandic Parliament, they were able to delay this sort of debate, and so it fell through. Nothing came of it. A new government was voted into place with a majority government of the Social Democratic Alliance and the Left Greens. They continued on this path, but had sort of taken into consideration the resistance that they felt was in society or from the left. And in their 2010 proposal, the Assembly had been given an advisory role. That is to say, a smaller assembly than was initially the idea would be given this task of coming up with new proposals, which they would then hand to Parliament to debate, ratify, etc. So, as you know, the 25 people were elected to this assembly. The elections were annulled, which undermined in some ways this process. And this was particularly in the eyes of people on the right, the case. But nevertheless, the 25 people were nominated or appointed to a constitutional council with an advisory status. But in both instances, whether this was an assembly or a council, in both instances it was clear that Málþingið was establishing these forums as advisory forums. And I'm stressing this because there has been, ever since, the sort of debate about the powers of the Constitutional Council. But it was clear in the debates in Parliament that, for instance, the Prime Minister and others at the time clearly said that this was a advisory role that the Council would be given, and they would, Málþingið would then look through the changes. Anyway, the Council, with the aim of course, of ratifying what came out of the Council's work. But anyway, the Council finished its work in the summer of 2011. Work started in Parliament on vetting and reviewing this, and also in the expert community, people looking through this and sort of debating, etc. But this was fairly slow. The uptake was fairly slow, and it was not until 2012, when we only had a few months until the elections in 2013, that people came start to feel the urgency of finishing, having some results because this issue was of importance for the government, but also other important issues had been facing difficulties. I mean, important programs that the government was pushing for, they were also facing difficulties. And it was important to have some victories, something to show, some success to show. Anyway, we also have to remember that at the time there were internal sort of skepticism inside both of the government's parliamentary groups about the proposals, and they were being vetted and reviewed by experts at the time. And so there were these concerns, sort of waning of support both externally but also internally. But there was a presence in Parliament, this small party Hreyfingin, which felt very adamant about pushing this through. So they were sort of a natural ally of the Prime Minister of the time in pushing through the changes. And the government had become a minority government at the time, effectively speaking, and depended on the support of Hreyfingin, which said that in return for its support, it wanted this to pass. So a referendum was called, and we know how that went. We have been debating ever since what was decided, what happened. But the referendum was basically an advisory referendum on sort of how people, how they felt about some of the issues that the Council had been proposing. But in particular, the most important question was whether people supported or wanted the draft, or the proposals to become the basis or the grant, whatever, for further work. Some understood this quite differently. They understood it as saying, do you want the proposals to become the new constitution? So we've been having this debate ever since. Even today, I was reading an article by a member of parliament said that in 2012, the people of Iceland voted for a new constitution, and sort of asking, where is this constitution? Anyway, these proposals stranded. So now this leads me to the crux, and that is that we have political parties in parliament. We have now 8 of them. And they, of course, allies at times, but in particular, most of the time, they're also competitors, and they're competing for votes. And they are not only competing for votes, they are also they have natural, or I shouldn't say natural, but they have constituencies that they are serving. So they have different viewpoints, of course. And after as you know, Samfylking and VFG suffered huge losses after having governed for 4 years, and were in sort of quandrum in a sense. And what was happening was a fragmentation of the political party system in Iceland. Samfylkingin sort of fragmented, but so did the Independence Party as well, and even the Progressives. And the new parties were seeking, I mean, they had their sort of special things that they stood for, and the Pirate Party was very quick to sort of, and this is natural because I don't have time to go into that, but it was its sort of theme was direct democracy, and in particular the new constitution. And it became the rallying cry, the new constitution, direct democracy, referendums, will of the people, stuff like that. Whereas Samfylkingin had sort of retreated from this, briefly at least. But it changed in 2017, after the 2017, very interesting development when the left Greens and Progressives and the Independence Party formed a coalition government. and left its sort of natural ally, its old ally, the Samfylkingin, outside of government with the Pirate Party and other parties. And there was this societal pressure, I mean, from the Constitutional Society and the Women for a New Constitution. They were running a very effective mobilization effort of reminding people of what had happened, what was at stake, etc. And you may remember a petition, the public online petition, where 43,000 people signed that they wanted the new constitution, something like that. Samfylkingin quickly sort of, I would say, reclaimed ownership of this issue. It's our project. Our prime minister was involved in this, and this is our project. We want the new constitution. So now we have two camps. One camp is a government that's sort of on this road of sort of perhaps incremental constitutional changes, maybe not, and this other camp which says the new constitution, nothing less. And how much time do I have left? Finished. Anyway, the problem is that there has been no urgency. There is no urgency. It's nothing like in 1944 when there was a republic, or 1918 when we became a sovereign state. People would like to see constitutional changes, but we can live without them. There's nothing really pressing. And there are parties and people who stand to benefit from no changes at all. So there are basically no incentives. And parties feel that they should not compromise unless they're getting something in return. So in order for parties to sort of 8 parties, 5 parties, 6 parties, 7 parties, in order for so many parties to work together, there needs to be trust. There needs to be a sort of win-win, this idea that there's a win-win, we can work together. There actually need to be sort of almost a, a pre-agreement that we are going to see this through. But it is fairly unlikely, isn't it? Unless everyone is on board on incremental changes. Who knows? As of now, the new constitution approaches a minority view in Parliament, but possibly with a new leadership of the Samfylking, there might be changes. Who knows? There's someone here who might answer that. But I don't know. It's, So I have no answers, really, except that in my view, incremental changes are the way forward. Members of the Pirate Party will say no way. Jose, thank you very much. And, if the major parties, 5 at least, I would say, in a situation of 8 parties, if they come to agreement about some changes and they're willing to take the risks, because there are risks, because you might be punished by your most ardent supporters for compromising. So, here you go.
Thank you, Stefanía. So we will go straight to Kári Hólmar Ragnarsson, who is associate professor in the law department and has worked, well, somewhat on the Constitution. Maybe you say a few words about yourself.
Thank you. So I've been interested in the process, of course, for a long time, as everyone in here. And I'm really happy to be here today as the token lawyer in the group. So I chose this particular picture because I like it, because you don't really see if they're washing the paint off the wall or if they're cleaning the paint for further inspection. So I have all the answers today, apparently, since Stefanía left me with that, holding that chalice. Really what I wanted to do today is tell you 10 things that I think are true, although some of them are more disputed than others. And I think these 10 things about the Icelandic Constitutional Reform project might help us in just saying them out loud, might help us making some decisions for the future. And for sort of that part of the talk, I'm going to sketch out 4 categories of procedural options going forward. My options are very much like very practical and mostly untheorized, so you'll get one version like that as well today. So let's get to it. Number 1, the Constitution has a legitimacy problem. I think this feeling that was mentioned earlier today of betrayal is very real among the Icelandic public. And I think we can't really live with it for a long time. So we really just don't want to be in a situation where we feel like our Constitution is lingering in zombie mode because we just can't seem to get it done, either get it back to life or really kill it with something else. And this feeling of betrayal, I think, is based on this underlying sort of sense that just politicians haven't been able to get their act together. And that's just really not good for the small c Constitution. So the Constitution also has a bunch of other problems, not just the legitimacy thing. So it feels like every time something comes up in the constitutional system, we sort of discover new flaws or loopholes or some uncertainties in the document. I mean, the powers of the presidency are the obvious example, but there are many more. We saw this when with the power of Parliament to decide on election irregularities last year. What's going on in Article 2 on the separation of power, who knows? The fact that Chapter 2 of the Constitution uses 5 different versions of the term for like administrative affair. So stjórnarathöfn, stjórnarframkvæmd, stjórnarráðstöfun, stjórnarmálefni og stjórnarerindi. And some people think it makes a huge difference, but we just don't know. So all of this is to say that the claim that moving away from the current Constitution would be like a venture into the unknown, filled with uncertainties, is a bit overblown. So maybe the solution is adopting the new Constitution. And I have gradually sort of come to this point where I think realistically we can't really get there from here. This is what I think should have happened, personally, in 2013. But we've gotten ourselves here in this situation where it's not just the current Constitution is in like a living dead situation, but also the new Constitution, because it won't go away, and also it looks like we're not going to adopt it. So what's going on? So I don't really think I know it's an option to just move straight into the new Constitution, but I want to move quickly to this point, which is abandoning it also doesn't seem like an option. And we need to acknowledge the legitimacy of the document and the process, and I don't think the efforts that have been ongoing have really done so in a sufficient way. But one of the reasons why that is so hard is that people are tired. So constitutional reform fatigue, which has a lot to do in my mind with just the intensity of, or lack of intensity of preference for constitutional reform. So we know that a lot of people, possibly a majority, possibly a big majority, depending on which polls you look at which time, want constitutional reform. but they just don't want it very strongly. It's low on the list, and it's been getting, it seems, a bit lower on the list as years have passed. And they just don't feel like it's worth their energy and time. So that's why I think we need to rediscover or discover why we're trying to do this. And so I'm maybe challenging Ragnar's great talk earlier. Because I wonder if we can go to the how before we know the why. So I actually think the why, the what, and the how are really is a really great way to frame the discussion. I think the why question necessarily involves choices, and we can't shy away from them and always talk about consensus, because there is going to be choice involved, because constitutional reform actually is politics. And I feel like we need this reminder, but even if it's politics, it definitely shouldn't be left up to the politicians. I think what the process until now has delivered to us is this idea of framed by Catherine as, the people asked the constitutional makers or constitutional writers. I think we're partly there already. So sort of leaving the public out, I don't think is an option anymore. But leaving the expert out is also quite dangerous, possibly. And I think, like, one of the lessons from the Constitutional Council is that a lot of energy and time was spent on tweaking wording within the Constitutional Council that really should have been left to a couple of lawyers to hash out. But, managing expertise is always, this has been mentioned before, it's really hard because you don't want the experts to take over. Sometimes you want to educate the non-experts and so on. In fact, it's all very hard, especially in this situation that we're in today. We're not in a sort of constitutional moment anymore. We're in normalcy. So the urgency is not there, and at that point everything becomes more difficult. So those are the 10 things about the constitutional process. So what do we do next? I don't know, but I'll give you these 4 buckets of things that have been done, and I'm revisiting them today. So the first one is what the government is currently trying. So working on small single issues, building consensus within the political elite, and then passing them one by one. And I mean, that's fine, except it's not happening. It still might, I guess, so I'm not ruling that out, but I really want to highlight just one aspect of this approach. It's on the sort of distribution of power. So what happens when you take things one by one is that you create a point of compromise, or actually a point of veto for every single thing. So it becomes a competition for the lowest common denominator, which means, I mean, it's not a neutral approach, I say, which means the conservative element has all the leverage, because they can stop every single thing. That's why it's so different. The experience is so different. On the one hand, taking like one of the provisions from the Constitutional Council's proposals, like the Natural Resources Clause or something, and working with it, tweaking it, and then passing it one by one. You'll find the lowest common denominator for a natural resources clause. And maybe you can pass it and maybe not. But you're taking it out of context, so to say. So the Constitutional Council proposal was a compromise across the board. So it was a package deal. It was the single text, right? So it was, some people gave a little on the natural resources clause and got something else. And they were happy with a weaker natural resources clause because they were happy with another part of the structure which was going to implement that clause. So so that's the point. It happens when you take things one by one. So second option, my favorite one, of course, leave it to the lawyers. And that's, I mean, more or less what I think about what happened in the 90s, like the human rights provision. I know it's a simplification, but at least one of the important steps in 1995 was that a bill was sort of delivered, almost finished bill was delivered to the people who were going to take it forward. And as I alluded to earlier, I don't really think this corresponds well to our current ideas about the participation of the public in the actual drafting. But there's one version that's potentially worth our time thinking about, which would be tasking, using the expert route to take the constitutional reform process out of ordinary politics. So you can take it out of ordinary politics and give it to a bunch of experts and give them a task to, one version would be revisit the Constitutional Council's proposals and see if you can come up with a more sort of technically robust version, which is still true to all of the big ideas, and just a more polished version, and do something with that. But I don't know if this is a good idea. So option 3 would be leave it to the people, but this time, really, really leave it to the people, which is the most exciting one if you're into democratic institutional innovations, which would be about designing a new process and saying, well, we need to think big. And we've spent 10 years or 12 years or 13 years or however you're counting on this thing, but actually the institutional innovation period wasn't that long. It was only a couple of years. The rest of the time has been used by the normal parliamentary committees. So the politicians have gotten so much more time to work on this issue than the other kind of constitutional writers. So there are a lot of options, a lot of decisions that have to be made, but it would be the idea of putting it in on a new phase of some sort. And so the final bucket would be option D, which is not to take it out of ordinary politics, but I guess like turning up the heat on politics. So we haven't really seen much of this. So of politicians or a political party, the Pirate Party did it to some extent. But we haven't seen a lot of politicians make the constitutional reform the what of why we are changing the constitution and made it into a substantive element of their political platform. And that's sort of what you would have to do if you want to persuade people that it's important. You have to persuade them why it's not just about rectifying a past betrayal or something like that. It's substantively important because it would change something. That, of course, means abandoning full consensus and recognizing that because constitutional reform is politics, some people will lose. Some people won't be happy. So there, I think I gave you a few things to think about. I don't know where to go next, but that's a way to think through it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kári. So our last speaker today, before we have the roundtable is Andy Carl, who is an independent advisor in the field of peace, war and peace. Yeah. And that's the angle he will approach this issue with today, and maybe say a few things about himself before. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. I want to thank the organizers for the invitation, the opportunity to join you. I knew I would learn a lot, and I am learning a lot. And I've really appreciated all the presentations that have gone before me. I understand that your new constitution has been a long time in the making, and I can only imagine the personal and national trauma from the consequences of your crisis, but also from this hiatus that we're hearing about from a decade ago. And I can also imagine that you've poured an enormous amount of energy and commitment and time into making these changes. And it must have been very exhilarating at times as well. We're hearing about the exhaustion of it, but it also must have been quite thrilling. But I also appreciate that sense of the fatigue. So forgive me if what I say might trigger any nerves on anything you might know much better than me. I'm really grateful to learn about your process and the thinking about it. So you heard my name is Andy Carl. I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I'm surprised there are so few lawyers in the room, or a political scientist. In fact, I have a career as working in the field of NGOs in the emerging field of peace building, where over the last 35 years I've played very practical roles in managing or leading a number of initiatives and organizations, some of which have contributed to constitution building. And along the way, I was lucky enough to work with Ragnar, my friend, who first brought me to Iceland many years ago. And looking over a period of my life, I risk feeling and sounding a bit like a Zelig or a Forrest Gump who just happened to be in a lot of places at a lot of interesting moments. And I feel like that right now. And these included for me accompanying Guatemalan civil society organizations in the opening of their Grand National Dialogue back in the 1980s, which was an early stage of a peace process whose agreed outcomes completely failed to be embedded in their constitutional reforms that followed. Or in the early 90s, I had a chance to lead an initiative with International Alert, supporting a comparative learning initiative for what was called the National Peace Secretariat in South Africa, which itself was tasked with supporting local, regional, and national structures implementing what they called their National Peace Accord. And the idea there was that they would do this work, helping to manage local conflicts and help to create a conducive environment for the CODESA process, the CODESA 1 and 2, that led to the Constitutional Assembly and their new constitution. So in my 22 years with Conciliation Resources in London, I was fortunate enough to play these roles, supporting processes, many of which, as I said, led to constitutional reform processes. And we documented many more in a publication series we call Accord. And I'm now working as an independent advisor, and I've been working on another country within another unfinished constitution-making process, and that's Somalia, where I've been supporting a political dialogue platform. And I've also been working as an advisor to the Catalan government for their political negotiations with Spain, and I hope to just refer to some stories from that. So I hope to bring some of the insights from accompanying those processes into these discussions. Oh yeah, my slides. I forget about this. So the first one is just to say I really have two essential points in my talk. And the first is that while your process is to find an elusive new constitution is unique, as people have said already, it's somehow not exceptional. And I want to share ideas of how quick and comprehensive an enduring new constitution or a new political settlement is something of a false paradigm, I think. And your experience is much more aligned with the new normal, I think. So as you already are having to find ways of pacing yourselves, that we're all running marathons and we think we're running sprints. The second is what I believe that there are many insights to be gained from studying other processes. I would say that. And of course, in the substance of comparative constitutional law, but also in the methods and in the strategies and the tactics, and giving space to good process design and implementation and skills and approaches that we just too often, I think, undervalue. So I wanted to just kind of start with a quote, and this is from Bruno Latour, the French philosopher and sociologist and anthropologist who died earlier this month. And he wrote in this book, Reassembling the Social, about how we should approach challenges like the national constitution building process not stymied by a realization that we just don't know how to take things forward. We don't know what will work and what won't work. And his encouragement to try and approach these challenges with just a curious mind and led by inquiry. And he wrote, "This is why we should paradoxically take all of these uncertainties, hesitations, dislocations, and puzzlements as our foundation." And I really like that approach to our work. So Ragnar made reference earlier to a paper I wrote contributing to a publication of guidance for UN mediators who are engaging in constitution-making processes. And in all these processes, I think, there is a deep sense of urgency to find answers, and often there's a rush to resolve the problem. And I think you can see that even now, looking at the proposals being published on what kind of resolution we see to the war, Russia's war in Ukraine. But I am curious, and I'm interested to hear today about, do you as people involved in a constitution-making process have a shortage of good and creative proposals? Is it a frame of our inquiry today, as Ragnar had already quoted me back, saying that we don't have a solution problem, but a process problem? In all the contexts of political conflict, and that I've been involved with, well-informed conflict analysis can see what a settlement might look like. There will be multiple and published sensible proposals available, but the bigger challenge is getting to that resolution from where one stands today, which you referred to just a moment ago. And I don't know if you know, there's that kind of joke in Ireland that says, well, the answer to how do you get from here to where you want to go is, well, I wouldn't start there. Anyway, living and studying for me in the UK and the Republic of Ireland since the 1980s and taking an interest in that conflict, I read lots of proposals about what a resolution option looked like, well before they reached their agreement back in 1998. And these were carefully considered and thoughtfully written. But while crafting the Good Friday Agreement was in itself an enormous act of political and legal imagination, in the mid-1980s, the more urgent problem that required its own political and moral imagination was less the shape and the content of the agreement and more how to create that environment that would be conducive for the conflict parties and their constituencies to change their relationships and the actions and pathways that would enable them to begin to craft their new political settlement. So in our sessions today, I'm interested to join you in exploring and finding answers to those questions about process design that we've heard already a lot about. What are those key lessons you have learned? What are the process challenges that you face about making progress? And I'm really interested in better understanding what are those factors and dynamics that are getting in the way, and how you're kind of clearly talking about those issues. So in that little bit of time left, I'd just like to share a few concepts that I kind of found useful for ways of thinking about these issues, and two quick anecdotes, comparative experiences, if I can get through those things. So the concepts, the first one is this concept that I've read about and heard from my friend called agility, which sometimes referred to as the politics of delay and deferral. And this is written up by a scholar, Alex de Waal, who's deeply knowledgeable about the context of Sudan and South Sudan, which have been characterized not by only protracted conflicts, but also protracted peace processes. And they have yet to reach and implement any kind of comprehensive peace agreements that bring a meaningful end to their violent civil wars. So he talks about an Anglo-Sudanese term, tajility, which is based on the Arabic term tajil, which I understand literally means delay. And the term refers to the political skill of procrastination in a situation in which there's little confidence in reaching a durable political agreement, and it just makes sense for the political actor to postpone, perhaps indefinitely, making clear and irreversible political commitments. So I think the Horn of Africa is a rich source of examples like this. South Sudan has had its comprehensive peace agreement since 2005, and it gained its independence in 2011, and it's still a country in conflict and crisis. And Somalia reached its new constitution back in 2012, another decade to celebrate, and it has yet to function as a constitutional democracy or have free and fair elections. So these are just two cases I know, and I don't mean to imply in any way that Iceland is a failed state, on the contrary, but I do mean to point out that in a contemporary constitution making, the politics of delay aren't the exception, they've become the norm. These are processes over time that take time. And Alex writes that agility is really frustrating for those who operate according to real bureaucratic logics, where time is in short supply. But it has a logic for domestic parties, and he acknowledges that the delay in formalizing a political agreement usually favors the strong over the weak. But he goes on to acknowledge that it can provide opportunities and points of leverage. Okay, the other concept, these are academic concepts obviously, that I wanted to mention was something that Professor Christine Bell and Jan Pospisil have been working on at the University of Edinburgh for the last few years. They've been leading a political settlement research project, which I've been involved with as an advisor. And they've done some really exceptional research, and I recommend looking at their website, which is there, peacerep.org. And in their project, they codified just under 2,000 peace agreements that have been reached since 1990. And these are agreements from 150 different processes. So if you just kind of do the math, I think the headline of these numbers brings home a really clear characteristic about how recent political conflicts transition, and that is that they never end in a single, decisive, big bang, comprehensive peace agreement. They always go through iterative processes of negotiations and a series of agreements, and they're not always following a straight line. So I think they can all be seen as incremental processes with milestone agreements. And in their study of negotiated transitions, they observed that many of these processes broke down, and while some produced what they would call a very stable political settlement with a new constitution or an agreement on a kind of quasi-constitutional logic, but the majority produced what they called a formalized political unsettlement. And I understand this to mean that these peace agreements leave unresolved many key issues, using what some would call creative non-solutions or workarounds or constructive ambiguity we've heard about, and mechanisms that allow for some degree of coexistence in spite of remaining fundamental disagreements and without necessarily resolving the issues that created the conflict in the first place. At their best, the architects of such formalized political unsettlements don't just employ the politics of tagility, but I think they also ensure that within those agreements, they're thinking about the future, and there are provisions that can provide hooks or handles for future advocacy and action to address the important and still unresolved issues. So this might involve references to transitional justice or gender equality or the environment, but they're in these agreements for later agreements and later negotiations. And I find these both to be useful concepts and useful observations, which again serves to, for me, underline that while exceptional, the Icelandic constitution-making process is not an exception. And they encourage us to challenge assumptions about the reasonable timelines for reaching agreements and new constitutions and successful comprehensive political settlements. So, in my career, I was lucky enough to become involved in popular constitution-making processes on the other side of the world, in another small nation in Fiji in South Pacific. I was working with a new INGO, International Alert, who were invited by a national trade union there, who were responding to military coups back in the late 80s, and the installation of a new constitution, or Fiji's second constitution in 1990, which entrenched racial inequalities and indigenous supremacy. And for 7 years, Fijian civil society activists worked to restore democracy and to bring out a new constitution, which they did in 1997. And I worked there for 5 of those years. And it was a really dynamic time and an inclusive process. And 3 years after that new constitution was finally agreed, there was another coup in 2000, and then another. And the 1997 constitution was abrogated. And Fiji society eventually managed to launch yet another new constitution-making process, which ultimately led to the fourth constitution in 2013. And while Fiji now enjoys civilian and democratic rule and economic and social stability, the government is still led by that same former coup leader. So it was been a real roller coaster that has left plenty of unfinished business, requiring lots of stamina and perseverance. And I'd just like to briefly tell you about one part of the process that led up to that last period of constitution making that resulted in the current constitution with a few reflections. So, sorry, this is a lot to go through. When I had the experience to work in the last constitutional review process from 2009 to 2013, my role in the NGO I led, Conciliation Resources, was working in the boiler room, the backstage, as we worked with a small group of Fijians, and we provided a secretariat to a constitutional review commission. which was led by Professor Yash Gai of Kenya, and it was appointed by the military government to consult with the nation and produce a new draft constitution. And the project was conducted in 3 languages, in Fijian, English, and Hindi. And the process was not only about listening to the public and experts and then designing and drafting. I think at the heart of the process were the fundamental challenges of translation, not only literally, but also in moving from one stage to the next. So the first translation was listening and accommodating. With hundreds of community meetings, the Commission traveled around the islands, listened to and read public submissions from a broad section of Fiji's communities. And I can really remember how very eclectic these were. And just to give one small example, I was in one where a very articulate young student made a case. He thought there was a need for better discipline in the public schools, and he called for the restoration of corporal punishment. The Commission listened really respectfully to his submission, and it was one of thousands and thousands that they received, which we then coded and worked on. But I wondered, where will they go with that one? How will that be put into the new draft constitution? How is that translated into constitutional text? And the question could have been asked about any of the oral and written submissions. And in that process, it was the mandate of the Commission to listen and be seen to listen to the views of the citizenry. And then in that kind of secret alchemy, which involved them drawing on expert advice, framing it with their own deep knowledge of constitutional law, and for the Fijians who were part of the Commission, their own local knowledge. And together they were to produce a single draft which reflected and translated the will and the needs of the people. And sections of these drafts were then shared and tested with groups of experts and stakeholder groups. And when they were ready, the texts were handed over to their legal drafter, who then worked on another kind of translation, which we've heard about, turning that text into the language of a robust constitutional law, while still trying to hold on to that plain speech that came from the process. So Fiji's many stakeholders largely had confidence in this Constitution Review Commission, and the process enjoyed its own performance legitimacy. And the commissioners had to constantly earn that confidence and find ways of translating the emerging constitutional concepts and principles back into language that the public could understand and cared about. And they were given a lot of rope. And this extended to their bringing their own ideas about what might be relevant for constitutional design. I can remember that the chairman brought one particular idea that he had been developing for another constitution in another country, which he just thought was a really cool idea, and he still had it on his laptop. So he would put that into his draft. And he kind of got away with that because he commanded a lot of public confidence and there was scope for it. But you might also know that this process ended in a pretty spectacular failure. And it was a failure, I think, due to a failure of paying attention to listening, translation, and transition. So there were many stresses along the way, starting with disputes on the independence of the Commission. But the breakdown escalated when the National Armed Forces, who had come to power through that coup, were late in making their own submission to the Constitutional Review Commission. And the chair, Professor Yash Gai, who had lost all patience with his sponsors, initially refused to consider it. The Commission eventually conceded, but that damage was done, and there was a complete breakdown between the Commission and the government. And when the Commission completed their draft, they printed thousands of copies, and the army surrounded the printers, confiscated all the drafts, set them on fire, expelled the professor, and declared him persona non grata. So that was the end of that stage. And then they proceeded to bring the process to a rapid closure and brought out their own draft constitution, largely based on their submission. But Prime Minister Bainimarama promised that he would keep, quote, positive elements of the Commission's original draft. And the new constitution was approved by Parliament in 2013, and it forms Fiji's constitution to this day. So there are many stories to be told from that process and many lessons to be learned, but just two to highlight really quickly that may have some resonance here in Ireland. I think while both those processes in Fiji ended badly, it's not particularly useful to see them as blanket failures. There is a legacy of positive change from both. And while some might say there wasn't an obvious or causal connection even between those constitutions and Fiji's coups and crises, the fact that the response to these national traumas was not a peace agreement, but a new constitution, meant that conflict transformation process was not just a process of elite negotiations, but was instead framed and channeled through an inclusive national discussions and responses that touched the lives of everybody. And it raised national levels of engagement and political and constitutional literacy, and grounded the response in the debate and deliberation on rights and law and power. And for those of us who are working in other contexts of peace building, this is in really sharp contrast to the way elite political pacts of dividing or so-called power sharing work about resources, rents, and power. And that was what, for me, remains meaningful. The constitutionalism is really alive in Fiji, and I saw how processes of constitution making can be a way of doing conflict resolution. The other optimistic view is that the collapsed agreements were not entirely forgotten, even the ones that they burnt. On the contrary, Fiji's current constitution has much stronger rights provisions than otherwise would have been the case. It's often been observed that successor agreements in many constitution-making processes were constructed literally out of the ashes of the preceding failure. So we see this in comparative work on national peace processes, where issues in areas that seem intractable are brought forward in the new constitution or almost cut and pasted in successor agreements. But there are also many cautionary tales about the Guy constitutional review experience, and not the least of which is to be wary of hubris. And I don't know how that word plays in Icelandic, but you'll know that it means excessive pride and self-confidence. I think the commissioners were brilliant, but in their devotion to their task, I think they lost sight of the fact that they were themselves only one actor in a process of national transition. And there was always going to come a time when they had to hand it over and change. And I think they just paid too little attention to that. So I think we do well in our process planning to pay attention to these translations and these transitions. If you can bear it, I have one more quick one, which is just, I wanted to share another quick anecdote from another context here in Europe, where they're wrestling with possibly comparable issues, and that's Catalonia and Spain. Where, as I said, I'm playing a really modest role advising the government in their dialogue and negotiations to find a way that they might end what they both recognize as what they call the judicialization of their political and constitutional conflict and find some way to resolve it. So you'll know that Spain's is a story of unfinished constitutional and democratic reform after putting in place their constitution at the end of the Franco era in 1978. It was a new political settlement. It represented a compromise in the transition to a constitutional democracy, and one that left out many issues, not the least of which was dealing with the legacies of the Civil War. A formalized political unsettlement. You might also know that the Catalan case that reached an agreement on a statute of autonomy back in 2006, which was approved in a referendum. And then Spain's still largely conservative constitutional court took it upon itself to set aside that agreement and override many of their agreed articles of law as unconstitutional, an act which itself set off demands for a public vote on whether or not to stay part of Spain. And this led to their unsuccessful and unrecognized referendum a decade later in 2017. And that followed with the charges and arrests and bans and fines and exile and imprisonments that followed. So recently there's been a thawing in the bilateral relations with the current Sanchez government, and there's been a sustained process of bilateral political dialogue and negotiations. And they've reached several agreements and a certain amount of political support for the largest pro-Indy party for a coalition government in National Congress. Now, one of the obstacles that continues to get in the way of their reaching a political resolution to their sovereignty conflict is that while they have a very clear view of the status quo, for some, the way to confrontation and the unilateral declaration and pursuit of independence is compelling. For others, the perceived right to unilaterally ignore the will of a expressed will of a clear majority in Catalonia is equally compelling. And for some of the non-unilateralist Democrats, what remains unclear and unknown are what might be the legal pathways open to them on how and under what conditions might Catalans once again legally exercise their right to decide, which supposedly, apparently, a support for that position is as strong as 80% of the Catalan electorate. And if a vote were held, where would they go from there? So in response to this challenge, the president of the Catalan government has recently, just last week, announced a proposal to convene a national consultation for the outcome to inform what he proposes to be a clarity agreement that he would like to see between the two governments, that they would reach as a step towards ending and resolving their sovereignty dispute. And I don't, again, mean to draw any unhelpful comparisons with Iceland's ambitions for a constitutional settlement with Catalan's independent movement's aspirations, but I can see that the process in both contexts have things to teach each other. How do you walk the path to the constitutional outcome you wish to achieve when the path is not clear? So, of course, the Catalans are themselves picking on the leftovers with that language of a clarity initiative from Quebec. And their experience with a clarity law, where the government of Canada, in an effort to close down the Quebecois sovereignty movement, submitted a request for an advisory opinion to their Supreme Court. And the originality and international significance of that decision lies in the fact that, in addition to the court's denial of Quebec's right to unilaterally secede, it also denied the federal government's right to unilaterally ignore a democratic secessionist will expressed by a clear majority in response to a clear question. And it clarified that a yes victory should be followed by good faith negotiations in order to reach an agreement. So that the Catalan government is not seeking, you won't be surprised, to ask the Spanish Constitutional Court for their advice, but it is seeking that advice from sectors of Catalan society, academics, business groups, political parties, etc. And the president is proposing a process that may range from a process of public debate and consultation, which may be then summed up in a report with recommendations by an independent commission, who then report to the Catalan National Assembly, and then the Catalan government would draw on that process to inform their own negotiation strategies with Madrid, and if it's politically possible, to negotiate and reach a clarity agreement, which may or may not follow the Canadian path and lead to a Clarity Act in the Spanish Congress. And this is all being designed and discussed and explored at the moment. And I mentioned this contemporary initiative as they face relevant comparative challenges, which for me include questions such as, how do you design a public consultation process whereby the diverse views of civil society can be usefully and fairly captured and summarized? How do you design a process whereby one independent phase, public consultations, feeds into another, drafting, and then another, party political decision-making, and then another, political negotiations, while being affected by another timetable and dynamic, and that's elections, all the while maintaining political legitimacy? How can a process of public consultation inform and guide political negotiations, but not make the essential space in those negotiations for give and take possible? I don't know if those challenges really directly resonate with yours. Does the need for clarity with the public on the process question resonate? I'd be interested to hear what you had to say about that. I think that's enough. I forgot to show you my other little pictures. This is a cartoon illustrated book we did after the first draft of the Constitution in Fiji. And this was just the negotiations, which could happen during this COVID time. And lastly, I just leave you with another quote, which is a phrase told to me by a friend who's working for change within the British NHS, National Health Service, which itself can be a really long road. And it came to mind when I thought about our theme of what you started all that time ago, and I only realized that it's not his quote, that it came from Tom Waits. But anyway, Tom Waits' song was called "You Can't Unring a Bell." And I guess you can't unring that bell, as we've heard already, that your people rang when they said that never again to that financial crisis and called for this constitutional change and began this work. So I really wish you all the best on this and taking your process forward. Thank you very much.
I'm intrigued actually by the sense of unfinished business that comes from all of the three talks, and also especially with your talk, Antti, the range of choices that actually have to be made, because I think there is often this, and that's what we have been discussing today. There is this idea that the constitutional debate is both an unfinished business, but also somehow locked in certain tracks that have not so many choices. But I think it's quite possible to see it exactly from the other side. There are so many ways to actually rethink this whole process, and it would be interesting to talk more about some of those issues. So, but before I dominate here, I'm sure there might be others who want to ask something from one of the speakers. Well, maybe I'll start then. I actually found your discussion, Andy, of the translation problem in Fiji to be quite interesting for especially the way the process has been here, and maybe one analogy or one thing that comes to my mind is while this is clearly a quite different political context that we have here, there is also this the way in which ordinary thinking or public thinking about things can get stuck or fail to be translated into the lingo, into the way that administration works, that lawyers work, and I think that's one of the problems we have had here. There's a difference in language. There's a way in which for the experts, for the lawyers, for the public officials, what comes from the public is always doomed to be fundamentally flawed, not to convey things in the right way and in a need of being somehow reformulated. And this is, I think, a serious problem in any kind of participatory models, that you on the one hand you need some sort of a translation, but on the other there is this barrier between what the public may propose or want, or how that is then perceived by the politicians, by the rulers, by the government, by the lawyers, and so on. And I wonder if you could say something about that. I mean, how these problems of translation can be addressed or solved.
Yeah, it's a good, hard question. When you joked about leaving it, the answer might be leaving it to the lawyers. What I'm struck by is we use this language about steps, or iterative processes, and such. And I'm also struck by kind of trying to avoid the polarities of it, the public and the parliamentary polarities. And one of the ways in which I think some of the more successful processes work is when the translation was a process of refinement and with feedback loops. So I think the South African constitutional process was so many ways successful. I think there I think he's less public than a lot of people credit it to be, in the sense that, thank you. I was, when I was at the time, they invited people to do public submissions, and you could go in the supermarkets, and there was a place, a little box you could put your submission. I was once in an office in Georgia, and they had all the market submissions from the hall. There was a whole room full of them. We went to our deficit. We never unwrapped those. We never opened them up. But I do think I'm very interested in terms of what has been most successful is this notion that you do a draft, it comes back for some feedback, it's taken to the next stage of drafting, it comes back for feedback, and in that sense it's a progression, it's a refinement. And to be reminded also of the fact that it doesn't end even when the Constitution comes out. Right? Even then, people then come sometimes for the first time, fully appreciate, oh, you mean that's actually in our Constitution and this stuff, or at that last minute, at 11 hours, time for refinement. So I think that when we look at some more successful processes, again, I was trying to say that in paying attention to, when it is handed over and whether or not there's a chance to keep on refining it, not rewrite it, not go back to the absolute basics. I think that's a fascinating. And if I can say, one thing that's really kind of coming home to me this morning, listening to others' presentation, is that we talked about the 10th anniversary of the new Constitution, but I've also heard and learning more about it. It's also the 10th anniversary of the hiatus that followed the new Constitution, and that you have profound disagreement, unresolved profound disagreement from that time. And we're talking about the Constitution, but we're talking maybe a little bit less about those profound disagreements and how you manage those.
You want to add to this?
I think in this whole discourse that we've been having for the last 14 years, there has been one of the sort of underlying themes has been, sort of the people versus the politicians. And some of the, people who have been involved in party politics for a long time felt slighted in a way that they were not the people. Projection of political parties as the elite. So a very populist discourse in a way with the people as a unified whole mass of people who all agree, which they don't, of course. And then the parties and the leaders as, somehow the enemy. So of course, there has been a defense mechanism that has kicked in within the political elite as well, feeling quite uncomfortable and slightly with being sort of told that they are not the people, or vice versa. I was suddenly reminded of this very tense moment in the cinema hall here, way back when we were having all these debates after the crisis happened, and the leader of the Social Democratic Alliance was confronted with angry people who were voicing their concerns, and he said, "You are not the nation." It was not a slide, it was not an insult, but it was interpreted as an insult at the time. What I guess it meant was that you are a group of people who come here for a particular reason. You are, like a special interest group that have come here. You cannot speak for the whole nation. But, there have been so many who are claiming that they speak for the whole nation, for everyone. And that's hard for the Democratic side.
Of course, what was interesting in Fiji was the politicians were all fired. They were all, there was a military coup, it closed parliament, they were no longer paid, many of them left the country. There was no party politics. So it was left organized. It wasn't that it was an enlightened, progressive, experimental civil society. They were the only people who were left to promote these discussions were it felt civic groups and civic organizations. And so it was very different. And then it still had to come back, and at the end it still had to come back to some kind of parliament. And then there was an uncomfortable.
Yeah, and we have had political parties for decades, and very important interest groups as well, who are used to having an input, who demand a say, and they have had a seat at the table. So it was kind of unusual approach to sidestep all of this and sort of call in the people, and people came with the 25, and here representing the nation, and they spoke. And they differed afterwards on what they had actually been doing. Some of them said, we have done a good job, we have created a new constitution, while others said, we have done our best, and here's what we have, and take it and finalize it. So So that was the always faced the business within the 25 group, but what they have actually been tasked with doing. And it's its ownership. Who owns it? If you can create this idea that everyone owns it, that everyone can be proud, then you have accomplished a lot. Not it's just the victory of people or the elite, or the victory of the left or the right, or the victory of a particular group or another group.
Kári, do you want to add to this?
Yeah, I mean, so one of the most striking features of the Constitution Council's product, in my view, was actually its modest nature. So it's not actually radical, it's very interesting, to be honest.
It's not a radical.
Yeah, there's not so much. So I do this all the time. I frame the process and the next steps as these fundamental disagreements about important things. And maybe that's not correct. Maybe we actually found out that we mostly agree, that we mostly want to keep things as they are. We just want to sort of revisit a few things and we want to repackage this as something that represents an agreement on that basis going forward. Which would, I don't know what that means for the conflict resolution. If the conflict is smaller than people actually think.
I want to, if Katrin wanted to ask a question, but I'm tempted to throw in one more just to ask you to comment on it briefly. It's this, you mentioned the constitutional momentum, Kári, and this is of course something that's always been brought up. The question is, how long was the constitutional momentum in Iceland? Was there any constitutional momentum and so on? But you also, and you talked about iteration and the fact that when something is successful, it's because of iterative processes. It's because people are prepared to go through something, it doesn't work, they go back to it, they try it again, and so on and so forth. I mean, you have this iteration. And I wonder whether the focus on the constitutional momentum might not be a bit misleading, because once we have something, we might be too inclined to either see it as something that was the product of the momentum and therefore somehow cannot be changed, or the iteration somehow seems to spoil and water out the constitutional momentum and so on. So is it wrong to see this like opposites in a way, and maybe that the momentum might be a little bit misleading or even?
I mean, I think the momentum is really important. How do you construct momentum? How do you have it? I don't think anyone would choose this path, or would choose a path of having to have 13 different agreements before they get to it. I mean, anyone would much prefer the Big Bang solution. It's not an attractive one. But it's a politically pragmatic one, where people. I mean, even we have in terms that the Irish deal, which is obviously constitutional but not a constitution, they didn't implement much of the Good Friday Agreement, right? It still sits there as unimplemented, and so we'll have to go back to that at some point and revisit it. I don't think that's a very attractive option, but I think it's just the way things work. But I'm still struck by what you're saying is that, as an outsider, it's confusing to me. If actually there's an agreement, an implicit agreement, there's not that much division and disagreement. It's hard for me to understand what's the
problem.
Where the problems, where the conflict. If that were the case, you're almost what you're saying makes me think is again like a transition one. If you had a group of people who you trusted could turn that new constitution into a constitution, something like a legal drafters, and then would people actually find mostly agree with that? We don't have a number of
serious, profound implications to do? Is that what you're saying?
I'm discussing this argument. I think the word mostly does a lot of work. I think there are some few, but relatively few very important issues.
I could name like three. I mean, maybe I think overall this was a question of ownership of the project and credit and blame and all of that. But if you look at the actual proposals that came out in the constitutional draft, there was nothing groundbreaking there. It was criticized as being too vague in certain instances. It was also because it was written in a modern language. Yeah. There were concerns that it would unsettle all of the visual interpretations of the Constitution and all of that. But there was this proposal which had been in the making for a while before this happened, which had to do with the delegation of state power to international organizations, in particular the European Union. And at the time, Iceland was applying for membership of the European Union, which was a very hotly contested issue. So those who were against the EU membership did not want to see such a new clause in the Constitution. And then later proposals, this does not come up, this particular proposal. And that is also the wording of the proposal on the ownership of natural resources, and those who get to use them have to pay a fee. And they have been happy on the word of whether it should be like market fee, or full price, or just price, something like that. And what else? Something about the president, whether he has been given too much of power in that or not. And
let's. So Catherine has a question, and Skúli, and that's if you start.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm just wondering if Skúli wants to talk about the proposal. Can you comment on that? Because my point is not about the proposal, but no. So I just want to very a quick comment about where Iceland is at the moment. There's a lot of focus on the negative, like what they haven't done. But I'm just wondering about what it says about the 1944 Constitution. And I'm very anxious to be, take your point of view. I'm reading it, it's full of flaws, and you get this, you get that. But what is the answer to those parts about the flaws in the 1944 Constitution? Is it only to say, okay, it's a bad Constitution, let's reform it? Or is it also about saying, look, this is what Constitutions are, manage expectations, pedagogy on Constitution, let's give this Constitution a little bit more love than perhaps it has been given so far. I'm just wondering what, the positive is the Constitution worked well, the Constitution worked well. It did good service in that really difficult context. Just kind of work.
So, without necessarily getting into the answer actually to the last thing you said, I think about this in terms of what is the role of the Constitution, and it goes back to why are we doing all of this and why are we talking about this? Because you can, if you think about a Constitution as just something to set up the main principles about which institution does what, you can get away with a pretty thin document like the one we have. It's going to work itself out mostly. There will be some small crises along the way, when the president decides he's not going to sign an appointment for a judge for the first time. This is going to happen in the next decade or something. How, if that just will be accepted, is that a new development, is the same kind of issues that have come up before. But I think it's more the people who advocate most for the new constitution, for that process. They just fundamentally, I can see the constitution as something different. They see it as this as transformational, or at least sort of constitutional identity affirmation. Not just about solving these practicalities. And that's the big split, I think.
Skúli.
Yes, hello. My name is Ólöf Garðarsdóttir. I'm the parliamentary ombudsman in Iceland. And, well, thank you for organizing this event. It has been very interesting. I've been involved in certain of these issues or aspects of them for more time than I care to remember. But just for good order, a very short point on the question whether the proposal submitted by the Constitutional Council was radical or not. We all have our opinions on that, but we may recall that in the report made by the Venice Commission, it was stated that overall there are reasons for the Venice Commission to see the risk of political blockage and instability which may seriously undermine the country's good governance. Similar considerations have been raised by the proposed electoral system and so forth. So I think we should accept that the proposal was in many ways quite radical. However, I was very interested to listen about Andy Carr on the concept of formalized political unsettlement. And in a way, I think most constitutions could be defined as formalized political unsettlements, and often very characterized by well, the disagreement that is sometimes underpinning them. And that, of course, I would suggest brings up the question: what should be left to the normal democratic decision making? I mean, wouldn't that be some sort of input into a settlement procedure? I mean, we must leave something for all the procedures. We will not decide everything here and now. The 44 Constitution was most certainly a formalized political settlement, one that was that we are still stuck with today, as such, because we disagree heavily on certain issues. So, I mean, it has been repeated again and again that we are in a stalemate position now. So, as a mediator, I'm interested to, if I try to put myself in your footsteps, I mean, wouldn't we try to design a settlement procedure somehow into the political and actual culture of the country, and try to figure out how these people actually do business and how they usually proceed and how they could possibly proceed, because what we are faced with today is as I say, nothing seems to be going through. I'm finishing, but I can just recall that the last attempt, which was in a way an lowest common denominator attempt, I'm referring to the proposal submitted to the Parliament in 1920. 2020 did not even reach the stage of being discussed in the parliamentary committee. So it was actually submitted, and there was no serious
discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Skúli. We are out of time, but maybe you would like to say something in response to Skúli's comment?
It's a good reminder from the school there, bringing our attention to what the Venice Committee said. And it had to do with, the initial proposals before they were reviewed and drafted had internal contradictions. And I forgot mentioning the electoral system part, which was very controversial.
Just a real quick one, just to say that obviously negotiation theory, negotiation approach, and mediation is not very well entrenched into parliamentary democracy. But I think as Ragnar's comes from now, there's some really interesting and useful method in that. Sometimes you need a third party to play that role. And then drawing on really the basics of it, even from like the Harvard School negotiations and Billy Hurd and Russell Fisher, and this notion of moving on from the parties' positions, needs, and interests, and anxieties that lie down, and having those kind of processes. So it's an interesting and important question. What if? What would it look like if you brought a negotiation approach to addressing these outstanding issues, or what have you? But it isn't easy to ask people to mediate, do mediation without a third party. And again, I think certain institutions aren't designed well for this. But also to me, a question for me, and again, I know we're out of time, but I've learned a lot over my process that sometimes our hottest conflicts are the ones we have in-house. With our own families, with our, in our own groups. The second hottest ones are the ones we have with other groups that we share a goal with, but we're in a competition with. Sometimes the easiest ones are the ones that we actually have to dispute with. And so sometimes that means that there needs to be more work done within parties, within the groups on these strategies and ways forward. And there's not many places to have that space or third-party systems for that. So that's like my work in Catalonia has been really. Now I've been liberated from not working for a mediation organization. And right now I can actually work within a group, and it's been quite an interesting space, which we sometimes ignore. We need to focus on that space between and a space for negotiation and maybe mediation. We also need to focus on that space within those parties to do some of the same homework. Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you. So, thank you very much, speakers, and all of you who have stayed. Let's give them a good applause. So, we'll now take a break, and after the break we have a round table where we will also be changing to Icelandic. Jæja, við skulum hefja leikinn aftur og nú komið að loka atriðinu hjá okkur í dag og sem að verða hringborðsumræður. Þegar við vorum að hugsa þetta þá langaði okkur að einhvern veginn að líta tilbaka ekki bara til 2008-2011 heldur aftur til síðustu aldar. Og staðreyndin þetta svo að það voru gerðar breytingar á stjórnarskránni á 10. áratugnum sem voru talsvert viðamiklar og voru gerðar í töluverðri sátt, má segja. Þannig að við báðum tvö þeirra sem voru, til leiðrétti mig ef ég að rugla, voru flutningsmenn að frumvarpinu 1995, breytinga á stjórnarskránni, og tóku þátt í þeirri vinnu. Guðmundur Árni Stefánsson og Kristín Ástgeirsdóttir, og með þeim langaði okkur að fá nýja þingmenn, þar að segja þingmenn sem eru á sínu fyrsta kjörtímabili. Þannig að við vorum ekki sérstaklega að hugsa að fá fólk sem ykkur þrjú sem væru endilega svo mikið inni í stjórnarskrármálum sem slíkum, þeir eru það örugglega misjafnlega, heldur einmitt þeir eru nýja þingmenn, nýja stjórnmálamenn sem kannski geta hafa ferska sýn á hlutina, þannig að við báðum Arndísi Annu Kristínar Gunnarsdóttir, Jóhann Páll Jóhannsson og Guðrún Hafsteinsdóttir að taka þátt í þessu hérna með okkur. Og ég ætla að biðja Ragnar að stjórna umræðunum, en svo bara vonum við að þetta rúlli bara.
Já, eins og Jón Ólafsson sagði að þá var þetta einmitt oft þegar við hugsum þessi stóru vatnaskil sem voru hérna 2008 að þá eins og, þó ég sé nú ekki að vera kannski of dramatískur, en þá var þegar Bertolt Brecht gekk fram hjá Brandenburgarhliðinu og inn í Tiergarten að þá var þetta koncept sem kom með Nullzeit, að sá horfði yfir garðinn og það voru öll trén felld og þarna byrjaði allt. Og þegar við hugsum svolítið og við höfum verið að tala stjórnarskrármálið að þá eins og það byrji allt á þessum vatnaskilum og við höfum kannski ekki alveg nógu mikið leitað aðeins lengra aftur. Og það kannski svona fyrsta spurningi sem við komum til að byrja að varpa til panelsins og þá kannski fyrst til Kristínar og Guðmundar Árna. Hvað var það á þessum tíma þegar þið tókuð þátt í þessu starfi hvað var það sem að gerði lausn og samninga mögulega?
Það var aðeins að hafa það í huga að það gerðist margt á þessum tíma. Það var til dæmis, það fættist dómur hjá Mannréttindadómstól Evrópu í máli Jóns Kristinssonar, Tómasson, sem hafði mikil áhrif og þetta opnaði augu margra fyrir því að löggjöfin hér á landi var nú bara alls ekki í lagi. Þetta snerist réttláta málsmeðferð. Það var ítrekað bent á það að íslenska stjórnarskráin væri alls ekki í samræmi við mannréttindasáttmála Evrópu og mannréttindasáttmála Sameinuðu sáttmálann félagsleg réttindi og fleira. Og svo það líka mikilvægt að hafa það í huga þarna í kringum 1990, þetta Berlínarmúrinn, það eru miklar hugmyndir nú sigrar lýðræði, reyndar fórum við ganskvæmlega styrjöld í Evrópu og sem svona varpa í skugga, en síðan eru haldnar þarna á tímabilinu 92–95 4 stórar ráðstefnur Sameinuðu þjóðanna. Það var loftslagsráðstefnan í Ríó 92, mannréttindaráðstefnan í Vín 93, mannfjöldaráðstefnan í Kaíró 94 og kvennaráðstefnan í Kína sem á þessum ráðstefnum voru samþykktir mjög merkilegir textar, svo merkilegir að menn hafi ekki þorað fyrir sitt litla líf að láta taka þá upp aftur. Vegna þess að andrúmsloftið hefur breyst svo mikið. Það eru bara svo miklir, þið vitið svona heiltrúar menn og alls konar slæma ríkisstjórnir sem að víða ráða ríkjum sem að vilja ná þessum auknu réttindum tilbaka. Þannig að andrúmsloftið það var í mjög slíkt að breyta stjórnarskránni. Svo þetta gerist það stefnir í 50 ára afmæli íslenska lýðveldisins og menn fara að velta fyrir sig hvað þeir var að gera til því og það verður niðurstaðan að taka mannréttindakafla stjórnarskrárinnar upp og fara í gegnum hann. Eins og kom nú hérna fram í erindi þá voru það færi lögfræðingar sem að unnu grunn að þessu, en það voru líka gerðar töluvert breytingar á frumvarpinu. Og ég verð náttúrulega að nefna það okkar harði samningamaður í kvennalistanum, Kristín Ástgeirsdóttir, hún situr hérna í sal, hún var í nefndinni og við í kvennalistanum settum fram þá tillögu að við veittum breytingu við 65. grein stjórnarskrárinnar sem að kvað á það að konur og karlar skyldu njóta jafns réttar í hvívetna. Þetta var nú sem mikill óþarfi og það allir eru jafnir fyrir lögum og svona. En við bara settum þetta sem skilyrði, við bara samþykkjum ekki breytingar á stjórnarskránni nema að þetta verði farið inn og það fór inn. Og það segir ykkur hvað Íslandi var rósað í Evrópuráðinu hjá Sameinuðu þjóðunum. Fyrst í þessa framsýni og það nú alveg samþykkja þetta. En 65. greinin, það var svo grein sem var svona mest deilt eftir því sem ég man best. Og það var náttúrulega þetta, þegar allir eru jafnir fyrir lögum, óháð, kyni, við upprunnu. Og það var spurningin það að fleiri yrðu taldiffarir. Sérstaklega var mikið deilt að fatlaða, það náðist ekki í gegn. Þannig andrúmsloftið, bæði í heiminum, þrýstingur utan frá, afmæli lýðveldisins, þetta svona lagði fram á einstaklega að þessar breytingar voru settar.
En Guðmundur Árni, hvað svona breytingarna 99 þá snúa þær að kjördæmaskipaninu og jöfnu vægi atkvæða sem var mikið hitamál fyrir þá var Alþýðuflokkurinn, eða var Samfylkingin komin þá, Alþýðuflokkurinn og þeirra stóra pólitíska mál og hvað var það kannski þegar þú hugsar og hefur fylgst með kannski umræðinu stjórnarskrármálinu nú og þegar þú hugsar tilbaka þegar þú tókst þátt í þessari vinnu að hvað var það í pólitískunni menningunni sem gerði eitthvað kleift að ná saman þessi hitamál sem kannski öðruvísi núna?
Gaman að vera hérna og ég hef við það bæður sem samt. Hér var sagt breytingarna 95 að það sem breið samstæða umferð. Við þekkjum það sem við verið að sýkla í kringum pólitík og fræðimenn að þegar að kemur að breytingum á stjórnarskrár varða kjör þingmanna þá hitnum við í kólum því að þetta þetta heitasta kraftaverk. Og þær tillögur sem var varpað fram og fór inn í þingflokka og hingað á þangað 63 menn og konur byrjuðu alltaf því að máta tillögurnar við sig. Kemst í eigin, næst. Þetta bara veruleiki hluta. Og í þessar ágættu sem voru 5 flokkar, það var Alþýðuflokkur, Kvennalisti og Ríkisstjórnarflokkurinn, Framsókn og Sjálfstæðisflokkur menn voru ekkert alltaf bjartsýnir, en það var einhvað síður, eins og hér hefur réttilega farið yfir að spurningin þörfina, eftirspurnina, þrýstingin og annað því við hvaða aðstæður verið að gangast að hólmið við nauðsynlegar breytingar. Það sáu auðvitað allir að það gekk ekki lengur að eitt atkvæði í Reykjavíkurkjördæmi þá hét eitt atkvæði, en það á móti var 5-falt við Vestfirðina, það gamla kjördæmi. Misvægi atkvæða var slíkt að jafnvel hörðustu landsbyggðar með því að þetta var eiginlega réttlætt með því að það verði skiptimynd atkvæða misvægið eða réttur til atkvæða og staða, veikstaða landsbyggðarinnar. En þarna var bara máli komið á og menn settust yfir þetta með ágættir forystu Friðriks Óðinssonar og byrjuðu á því að segja við þurfum að laga. Síðan þetta hófst starraða framsett. Ég byrjaði fyrir 100 kallan að tala það að hér bara landið einu kjördæmi, við erum öllmámið í. Það ekki verið enga hljómur. Svo komur allir og sagði ekki að fara í einmenningskjördæmin aftur. Þannig að allt spektrumi var þarna undir. En vinna lág í því og við fengum hjálp margir að það er náttúrulega og að reikna okkur niður á niðurstöðu að finna samnefnara sem gat tekið og niðurstaðan var svo sem við búum við í dag vel að minna og þar var að voru óheimilt samkvæmt stjórnarskrá að misvægi atkvæða verið meira en 1 á móti 2 og það var þetta risa skref en að því ég sagði mér fyrst að þegar allir þingmenn voru að máta sig við þetta kannski var aðal kostur þessara tillagna sem líka lauta því að stjórnmálaflokkarnir fengu þá þingmenn sem þeim bara samkvæmt heitar atkvæðum og það markmið náðist líka og hefur haldist býsna vel síðan. En það er að segja í þinginu þegar þetta var lagt endanlega fram mikill aðraðandars bak við tjöldin í þingflokkur og var engin sáttur. En það var alveg dásamt að fylgjast með því það var ekki nokkur þingmaður sem var glaður með þessa tillögu. Þetta var hins vegar slík réttarmóti það þóði ekki að leggja skeggi. Þegar mann til að feitt allir sem lauta því að Reykjavíkurþingmenn allir vitlausir að verða að það var ekki bara ósnert. Við þurftum að skipta yfir tvennt, ástæðan og leinsvöld. Það átti að vera jafn séns og svona gegnum gangandi lína var svo að allir flokkar sem aðeins 7-9% ættu séns á kjörðarþingsmenn, í öllu kjörðar. Í Reykjavík haldið sér óbreytt að þá hefur það þak lækka niður til 4% og þá benda það gengur auðvitað ekki að Reykjavíkurþingmenn, þá verður það bara kraðak minniflokkar, en minniflokkar ekki setst út á landi. Þannig að það voru ýmis svona álitamál sem voru þá og ennþá satt að segja, en það náðist niðurstaða vegna þess að menn sáu það og voru sammála það á fyrsta fundi að við svo búum ekki í standa.
Og ef ég kannski varpaði á boltanum hérna yfir til þá nýlegri þingmanna, að þá erum við líka með mál sem að eru kannski ekki eins umdeild eins og til dæmis hvað varðar það að laga greinina varðandi landsdóm og mál eins og varðandi stöðu alþjóðlegra samninga sem eru knýjandi mál og kannski ekki eins mikil hitamál eins og kjördæmabreytingarnar eða mannréttindabreytingar. Af hverju teljið þið að það sé ekki hægt að ná meira að segja þessum breytingum í gegn núna? Hvað það í pólitíska menningunni og það að vera inn á þingi núna 2022 sem að kannski stendur í vegi fyrir þessu? Og að því gefnu að ég veit að þetta að þið eru nýlega komin inn á þing og þannig að hvað það sem stendur í vegi fyrir því bara að ná þessum low hanging fruits, eins og segja má?
Ég kannski að byrja. Ég held kannski að munurinn liggi í því að það var kannski meiri svona þverpólitísk sátt þegar við vorum aðeins í 94.
Nei, ekki lofaði því.
Nei, en það var þverpólitísk sátt eins og þú sagðir að það ekki una við þetta mikið lengur. Það alveg sátt. Það voru allir sammála það að þarna væri hluti sem að þyrfti að breyta og ég held að á undanförnum árum, kannski frá 2010, að þá hefur bara skort á þetta samlyndi á milli flokka eða að finna þennan samnefnara og kannski ég hef til dæmis persónlega verið að þeirra skoðunar að þessi atburðarás sem fer af stað í kjölfar eða efnahagshrunsins, ég held að það hafi ekki verið kannski hinn rétti tímapunktur til þess að stíga inn í að fara að breyta svona grundvallar plaggi eins og sem stjórnarskráin okkar þegar þjóðin í einhver uppnámi, fólk í sárum. Það verða ákveðnar skotgrafi, það verða dýpri, held ég pólitískari skotgrafi heldur en kannski áður.
Já, ég má grípa hérna bolta. Það myndi koma óvart í rauninni hvað það mikið pólitískur ágreiningur þetta miðað við eins og Kári benti á áðan að það í sjálfu sér þessi drög og þetta sem efnislega við höfum verið að vinna með ekki jafn róttækt og maður kannski myndi ætla miðað við ágreiningi. Ég held að það sé að einhverju leyti akkurat snúist það snýst möguleiki, það snýst tímasetninguna, en það snýst það líka ákveðna þætti sem að fólk vill ekki breyta og ég held að einhverju leyti séu kannski ákveðnir aðrar hrættir við að rúla einhverjum bolta af stað sem að það væri einhverjum breytingum sem að þeim auðvitað ekki. Ég held að fyrsta skrefið sé alltaf að ná þessari þverpólitísku sátt, einhvers konar, alltaf þetta flokka að við þurfum að gera þetta. Og það held ég að það sem vantar kannski sé að allir í þetta lefandi flokkar finni þetta urgency sem að vera að tala hérna áðan, sem að kannski hluti fólks fann akkurat eftir hruni og það var akkurat mikið pressa á að það myndi gera strax, kannski var það óhratt, kannski var það óstöldu tími gefið í það. En við erum náttúrulega alltaf að sjá fleiri og fleiri galla á þeirri stjórnarskrá sem við erum með núna og það sem líka áhugavert eflaust líka fyrir aðila sem að sýna þessu ferli áhuga og þessu máli að þessu drög þau að einhverju leyti og stóru leyti snerust að koma mynd á það hvernig kerfið raunverulega ekki endilega einhverjar dýpstæðar breytingar heldur vegna þess að núgildandi stjórnarskránum einfaldlega endurspeglar ekki þá stjórnskipan sem við raunverulega búum við. Það meðst ekki svo langt og ég átti í óformlegu spjalli við svona aðilar sem að kenna
kenna fólki stjórnarskrána og byrja á að segja að lesa hana og gleymir síðan eftir sem það stóð. Af því að það allt öðruvísi kerfi. Þannig ég held að sko efnislega sé ágreiningum alls ekki jafn mikill og Icelandic, nema bara ákveðna þætti. En ég held að nú náttúrulega bara fyrir mjög stuttu síðan lendum við þarna í þinginu að vera þessari skemmtilegu stöðu að kjósum í kjörbréf. Og var það nú að fyrsta sem ég gerði í minni þingsetur að kjósa gegn í kjörbréfi. Það sem að þetta bara svona prinsipmál og hún náttúrulega mál fyrir Mannréttindadómstólnum þar sem við erum að sjá hvort að okkar kerfi standist mannréttindasamninga hann kannski einhver leyti. Kannski að minna leyti en samt að einhverju leyti að komast aftur í þá stöðu að vera að fá einhvers konar alþjóðlega endurskoðun, alþjóðlega þrýsting á það að breyta þessu. Ég held að það sem tækifæri sem við ættum að grípa. Ég held að það sé eftir hann að við fáum hérna góða stjórnarskrá sem annars vegar endurspeglar það stjórnskipan sem við búum við að því leyti sem við erum sótt við hana og sem að það felur í sér þær breytingar sem við erum búin að gera og það auðvitað viðbúið að það verður ekki fullkomið samkomulega alls staðar 100% af breytingar. En ég held að þetta sé vel gerlegt. En ég held að það sé mörgu leyti eins og hefur komið hérna fram spurningum þetta augnablikið og að útgangspunktur, byrjunarpunkturinn sé sá að við séum sammála að gera þetta og að fá hérna nýja stjórnarskrá. Og ég held að þessi drög sem við erum að vinna með, það náttúrulega mjög sterk krafa frá mörgum aðrum og við Píratar höfum endur á þá kröfu að sú stjórnarskrá sem við myndum taka upp á endanum, hún yrði byggð á þessum tillögum stjórnlagaráðs. Ég held að það sé að verða pólitískar bitbeinin að það að vera vegna sem ég held að í grunninn séu við sammála form því sem kemur þarna. Þannig að þetta er kannski orðaðan leggst fyrir okkur, það gæti við það. Ég held að þetta sé fullkomlega gerlegt og það sé ekki það komið núna sem að við eigum að nýta.
Hvað segir þú, Jóhann Páll?
Já, eins og Kristín fór hérna yfir þá voru það verulegu leyti svona ytri þættir á 10. áratugnum sem gerði það verkum að bara pólitísk nauðsyn að ráðast í að minnstakosti afmarkaðar stjórnarskrárbreytingar. Annars hefði bara stjórnkerfið og beðið bara ekki og það er að segja trúveruleiki þess og leið réttarvitund fólks og svo framvegis. En auðvitað er það ennþá þannig í dag að við erum alltaf á til að reka okkur á það eru bara mjög reglulega komið upp aðstæður sem varpa ljósið á mikilvægi þess að breyta tilteknum atriðum í stjórnarskrá. Og Arndís nefndi hérna áðan bara að fyrsta verk okkar þriggja hérna var náttúrulega að greiða atkvæði eigin kjörbréf og það liggur bara mjög skýrt fyrir í dómaframkvæmd Mannréttindadómstóls Evrópu að þetta fyrirkomulag þar sem kjörnir fulltrúar eru sjálfir að taka afstöðu til þessa án þess að niðurstaðan sé áfrýjanleg til dómstóls eða óháðs úrskurðarvalds af einhverju tagi. Hún stríðir gegn bara þeim kröfum lýðræðislegar leikreglur sem við höfum undirgengist í alþjóðasamstarfi. Þannig að þarna er svona bara augljóst atriði sem við rekum okkur á strax í upphafi þings. Annað dæmi er náttúrulega það sem þú nefndir einn áðan sem eru alþjóðasamningar. EES-samningur, mikilvægasti viðskiptasamningur Íslands frá upphafi, koma reglulega upp aðstæður þar sem það leikur bara verulegur vafi á því hvort skuldbindingar sem við þurfum að undirgangast vegna þess samrýmist stjórnarskránni. Og það leikur líka fyrir bara nú síðan við varum að lesa daginn skýrslu sem það hefur verið Björn Bjarnason sem var formaður starfshóps EES-samstarfið. Það kemur fram að þessi stjórnskipunarlega óvissa veiki beinlínis samningsstöðu Íslands í EES-samstarfið. Þannig að þetta er eitthvað sem maður hefði haldið að ekki bara vera þetta virka á yfirborðinu ekkert eitthvað stór pólitískt mál. Þetta er svolítið tæknilegt og svolítið praktískt einhvern veginn. Þannig að maður hefði haldið að það ætti að geta náðst bara eitthvað sátt einhver svona atriði. En nú til dæmis gerist það bara á kjörtímabilinu 2013-16 að Sjálfstæðisflokkurinn og Framsóknarflokkurinn lögðust mjög hart gegn valdframsalsákvæði í svona vinnu innan stjórnarskrár nefndar sem var leitt af
Sigurði Líndal fyrst og svo Páli Þórhallssyni, ef maður rétt. Þannig að það kannski, einhverju leyti, það getur vel verið að það standa okkur einhverju leyti fyrir þrifum þessi krafa sem ómar svolítið í samfélaginu allt eða ekkert, að kannski smálamiðlarnir séu einhvers konar svik við þjóðina og þeir fulltrúar sem eru kjörnir lýðræðislega á Alþingi eigi ekki vera að möndla með þetta heldur hafi valdinu einhvern veginn verið framsett til stjórnlagaráðs, svo var náttúrulega ekki. Það var einhver valdi, það var bara ráðgefandi ráð sem skilaði af sér tillögum og Alþingi ekki bundið í mínum huga hvorki lagalega, pólitískt né siðferðilega af þeim tillögum eins og þær komið frá kúnni. Það breytir því ekki eins og það fór fram þjóðaratkvæðagreiðsla og það ekki hægt að lesa niðurstöðu þeirrar atkvæðagreiðslu öðruvísi heldur en þannig að þorri fólks vill að tillaga stjórnlagaráðs sé einhvers konar útgangspunktur að minnsta kosti í stjórnarskrárbreytingum og það eru ákveðin atriði sem var gríðarlegur stuðningur við meðal þjóðarinnar, meðal annars auðlindaákvæði. Það er mjög sorglegt einhvern veginn að við komumst ekki úr þessum hjólfum. Það er rauninlega ótrúlegt að á 10. áratugnum skyldi hvert einasta þingrof hafa verið nýtt til að breyta, ef við orðum það þannig, breyta stjórnarskránum með einhverjum hætti, jafnvel í ákveðnum grundvallaratriðum, en svo hafa bara ekkert gerst í 20 ár.
En kannski ef ég grípa það, kannski fer aftur til punktsins sem að Andi var með, varðandi hitastig átakanna. Að gjarnan kannski hitastig mest í átökunum við þá sem að standa þeir næst. Og hvort það sé nú á heimilinu eða annars staðar, því næst með þeim sem þú ert að vinna sameiginlegum markmiðum. Og síðan kannski mótherjánum, þau kannski hitastig kannski ekki eins hátt. Er það eitthvað sem þið, Kristín og Guðmundur Árni, upplifðu í ykkar hópum eða á sínum tíma? Og ég kannski varpaði síðan yfir til ykkur aftur. Hvort að, já.
Sko, í þessum hópum sem ég var að lýsa, já, allan daginn. Ég meina að hitastig var með átaknar sem ég nefndi að menn voru að máta sig við eigin stöðu og flokkarnir, sko, þegar maður stundum ekki missa okkur út í smáatrið. Auðvitað eru breytingar á stjórnarskrá í mörgum tilfellum spurningum hagsmunum. Í tilfellum 99 og þegar breytingar að gera á kjördæmaskipan, þá það hagsmunir flokkana og valdsins. Hvernig skipast þau mál og það svona mjög bersýnilegt og þarf ekki að deilum það. Það bara fyrirliggjandi. Það áður líka við sem að Jóhann nefndi hér áðan auðlindamálin. Það liggur ljóst fyrir að það eru skipta skoðanir þessi flokkana þau grundvallaratriði og spurning hvernig hægt að komast að niðurstöðum einhverja lága samnefnara til þess að koma því mála áfram. Önnur máli kannski ekki, eða sömu önnur máli og aftur og alþjóðasamningar og þátt ekki alþjóðasamstæði, þess eðlis líka. Svo eru önnur mál sem kannski meira tæknilegs eðlis sem ég get nú ekki séð að fari eftir flokkslínum, þetta kannski þvert á það, að kjörtímabil Háskóla Íslands og réttur í bráðabirgðar lagagerðar sem yfirleitt þannig að þjóti stjórnarnarstöð þá mjög á móti, að þjóti komin í stjórn og þá þetta með því. Þannig að það er þessi tæknir, en ég hef sagt það að því að hér stjórnarskráin 2012 verið komið upp eðlilega, að ég tek undir með þeir sem það segja. Ég stundar, hún var til bóka. Það var langt í frá kallar, og það lá í augum upp að þetta að fara með og lúslesa hann og rafkvæða. En nú eru kannski sumuleiti, og ég er svona raunsæðismæður, og sumuleiti þannig að það er einhvern tilkynning hópur sem segir það er allt eða þetta, svo hér og komið inn á. En þá bara festust við í farin eins og umræðinni sko á Reykjavíkurflugvöllur vera áfram, eða fara Sundabrúna vera og það á landsbyggðuna að segja við getum afstofnur á þessu sko í 20 ár, en það gerist einhver sama tíma, þannig að guðanabæri þeir sem að stjórna landinu setjast þið yfir þetta og finnir þó einhverja aðrir hreinsunarstöð og lægir þið til það sem að hægt er að laga. Það er ekki áverkið í verkefnum til það.
Sko hitastig var náttúrulega mjög hægt þetta eftir eins og ég kannast mann þegar var verið að vinna mannréttindakaflana eins og ég rakti þetta, það var bara svo mikið pressa sko og Ísland náttúrulega búið að samþykkja alþjóðasáttmála, þetta spurning að samræma. En já, það var auðvitað deilt ýmislegt og eins og ég rakti hérna áðan. En varðandi sko þessar aðferðafræði, þessar breytingar, sko þá þarf maður að fyrst að spyrja sig, er það algjörlega nauðsynlegt að það séu allir sammála allt? Það er bara einfaldlega þannig mál að það er ekki hægt að ná utan þau. Og Stefanía sagði þetta í sínum fyrirlestri að það væri sko nothing pressing. Ég er ekki sammála því. Mér finnst bara að vera mjög knýjandi mál sem þarf að takast á við, eins og varðandi auðlindirnar. Það er verið að kaupa undan okkur landi hérna. Það er eftir náttúrunnar og leitun og vald forseta, alþjóðlegir samningar, það er svo ótal og það sem að kviknaði spurning hjá mér áðan, sko, er sem við þurfum að spyrja ykkur grundvallar spurning, er lýðræði nógu vel varið af íslensku stjórnarskránni? Ef maður horfir á allt það sem er að gerast út í heimi og hvaða hreyfingar eru farið í uppgangi, og við erum að spyrja okkur svona grundvallar spurningar. Hvernig stöndum við gagnvart til? Og þess vegna finnst mér að vera það skylda stjórnmálaflokkana að taka á þessum stjórnarskrármálum og mín skoðun er svo að það eigi auðvitað að leggja til grundvallar tillögur stjórnlagaráðs. Það er alls ekki gagnalausar, síðan en svo, en það er bara það er óstjórnlega í taugarnar á því, það er þessi framkvæmd, það er haldið Þjóðaratkvæðagreiðsla og svo er þessi bara kastað út í vindinn. Finnst þetta óþolandi valdníðsla, algjörlega óþolandi.
Ég glemt að svara beinu spurningur og var í hittastigi hátt, já, það var skellt hurðum. Það er vitt enn í samanstofn, eigin tókunum til byrja, það var ágæðin hennar.
En ef ég varta á spurningunum til Guðrúnar, Arndísar og Jóhanns Páls, væri kannski þörf á því að þingflokkarnir sjálfir myndu finna meiri samhljóm áður en þau eru tilbúin að stíga fram og semja við hinna flokkarna. Er þörf á því innan flokka?
Mér langar að varpa fram spurningu, kaus þjóðin nýja stjórnarskrá? Nei, hún gerði það ekki. Hún gerði það ekki. Hún kaus hvort það ætti að nota til og stjórnarráðs sem ráðgefandi inn í gerð frumvarps. En síðan gerist það að það á að kollsteypa eða opna alla 79 greinarnar og bæta við frumvarpið. Fyrir mig og svona íhaldsveikandi flokki að þá fannst mér þetta á sínum tíma frekar gerðaðislega. Og þarna var verið kannski að leita að ákveðinni lækningu við alveg gríðarlega miklu umróti og við megum heldur ekki nota tækifæri til þess að kollvarpa einhver systemi sem við eigum. Það var ekki hér efnahagshrun út á stjórnarskránni.
En við
Ég held að hittastigi hafi verið með hátt í samfélagi.
En spurningin er samhljómur innan Sjálfstæðisflokksins og innan Pírata og innan Samfylkingar það hvaða breytingar þarf og hvernig þeir eiga að vera? Eða þar að segja, væri vitulegt að fara í þá vinnu áður en þið farið í að semja við hinna flokka?
Algjörlega, ég held það og það hefur eiginlega sagt að það sé ekki hægt að breyta stjórnarskránni. Það er hægt. Við höfum 8 dæmi slíkt, það er gert 8 sinnum. En ég er þeirra skoðunar að stjórnarskráin okkar á að vera svona segfljótandi og að taka segfljótandi breytingum. Þetta er grundvöllurinn sem við byggjum okkar lýðræði á og í þroskuðum lýðræðisríkjum að þá eru þessar breytingar við eigum það bara alveg skýrt í stjórnarskráni hvernig við breytum.
Arndís Anna?
Ég vil glæta akkurat hvernig Guðrún áhugaði endurspegla svolítið ákveður það að standa. Þú talar að það hafi verið að leita lækningu við einhverju umróti. Ég held að það sé upplýðingar sem eru ansnúðir þessu draugulega í rauninni á að segja að það stilla í þannig að það snúist ekki raun efnislega jafn mikið og í rauninni hvaðan hún sprettur, eins og kom fram í erindum hérna áðan. Að hvað tilefni hún kemur og annað. Og það hefur þeim sem eru svona andsnúnir, kannski þessu sem við stöndum með í dag, tilefni sem hefur verið, hefur kannski einhvern veginn tekist að skapa það narratífu sem ekki rétt að krafan nýja heila stjórnarskrá hafi einhvern veginn komið upp í kjölfarið á hruninu og akkurat það, þó það hafi kannski verið sannlega voru einhverju sem að upplifa það sem tækifæri til þess að koma með eitthvað nýtt upphaf. Það er þetta náttúrulega eitthvað sem hefur verið í bíki og reglulega umræðinu hreinlega frá árið 1994. Það sem að, eins og við vitum, að þessi stjórnarskrá sem að við fáum í upphafi, það var vitað að við myndum á einhverju tímapunkti og líklega fljótlega þurfa að gera okkar einn stjórnarskrá frá grunni. Þannig ég held að þessi narratíf sem þetta skemmir fyrir að krafan nýja stjórnarskrá hafi einhvern veginn komið nýtt til í kjölfar bankahrunsins sem auðvitað ekki tilfelli. Og kannski var það geitt þá í þar í kjölfarið og þá upplifir fólk það sem einhvers konar að það hafi ekki verið nú hægt en annars slíkt, en þetta eru ansi fyrir samt sem áður sem koma nú. Og ég held að kannski væri það hreinlega hugmynd að fara bara í þá umræðu. Við erum komin 10 ár. Það er eitthvað umræður að skoða þessu drög og sjá hvernig við hafa staðist tímans tönn. Þrátt þannig að 10 ár liðið frá hruninu, að það leyti þetta eitthvað beintengt við hruninu. Ég held að það sé nefnilega miklu minna leyti heldur en látið væri vaka í þessu umræðu. Þannig að það geti kannski verið gallur útgangspunktur. Til þess að svara spurningu þinni Ragnar þá, nei, ég held alls ekki að það sé einhver forsenda að flokkarnir innbyrðis svona mótast einhverju stefnum það hvað að beita í stjórnarskráin og annað, en þess að það eru stjórnarskráin mér snýst svo mikið grundvallaratriði í okkar stjórnkerfi að ég held að það væri varhugavert og ekkert endilega gagnlegt að setja það í einhverja pólitíska skorður, flokkspólitíska skorður. Og ég er ekki sem að það sé heldur þannig. Ég held að það væri mjög gagnlega að líka á það sem ferli sem að varða okkur öll og þó að við séum ekki þar að vera saman og það sé allt sem þetta geta fröðu og ekki þarf á því að þá sé þetta svo mikla grundvallarreglur að ég held að svona kannski flokkspólitísk afstaða ætti kannski sem minnst að vera útgangspunktur í lífandi.
Jóhann Páll, tekur þáttu?
Að hann bundinn að sannfæringu sig.
Jóhann Páll, tekur þú undir þetta?
Tekið undir þetta. Það er mikilvægt að hafa í huga að krafan stjórnarskrá umbætur er miklu eldri heldur en hrunið. Bara sem dæmi talaði og flutti Jóhanna Sigurðardóttir þingmál trekk í trekk árum saman stjórnlagaþing. Hún barðist líka fyrir því að afnema landsdómsfyrirkomulagið. En allt í lagi hafa það líka í huga að eftir hrun þá farið í ákveðna vinnu við að gera upp það sem gerðist og skilaði rannsóknarnefnd Alþingis bankahruninu mjög ítarlegri og góðri skýrslu. Og þar var meðal annars lögð áhersla á það að ráðast í tilteknar stjórnarskrárbreytingar, meðal annars til að skýra betur valdmörk og ábyrgð í stjórnkerfinu. Þannig að það er bara mjög algengt að það sé ráðist í einhverjar stjórnarskrárbreytingar eftir áfall á einhverju tagi. Hver var aftur spurningin hans?
Er samfélgingin tilbúin til samninga stjórnarskrárbreytingar innan flokks?
Já, ég held að það sé bara mikil samstaða innan flokksins svona þessi grundvallar atriði og þá kannski leggjum við mesta áherslu á einmitt þessi atriði sem fengur svo afgerandi stuðning í Þjóðaratkvæðagreiðslunni 2012. Auðlindaákvæðið til dæmis. Ég meina, þegar hátt í 80% þeirra sem taka þátt í kosningu svara með afgerandi hætti já, ég vil þjóðareign auðlinda. Þá finnst mér hvíla mjög þung sönnunarbyrði á þeim flokkum sem ætla ekki bara að leggjast gegn slíkum breytingum, heldur jafnvel hafast gegn þeim í málþófi og gera það og beita sínu dagskrárvaldi á þinginu með þeim hætti að það er ekki einu sinni greitt atkvæði það í þingsal. Þannig að ég held já að það sé bara nokkuð, ég held að séu svona frekar skýrar pólitískar línur það hvað fólk vill í stjórnarskrármálum og það sé hægt að lesa í þær línur bara með því að fletta þingtíðendum og skoða þær breytingartillögur sem hafa verið lagðar fram á undanförnum árum.
En var það samt ekki þannig, sko, í ríkisstjórn Jóhannu Stefánsdóttur að það var þingfræði styrkur, en málið er sem... En það var, málið var ekki klára.
Málið var ekki klára.
Nei.
Ekki meirhluti. En það gott að heyra allavega þríflokkar sem eru tilbúin til þess að hefja viðræður stjórnarskrárbreytingar.
Má ég bæta við? Í stjórnarsáttmála núverandi ríkisstjórnar svona mjög snubbótt umfjöllun stjórnarskrárbreytingar. Það í rauninni ekki verið að boða neinar afgerandi breytingar eða mæla fyrir eitthvað sérstakt ferli. Það eru nokkrar línur þetta, það verið skipaður sérfræðingahópur eða eitthvað slíkt. Og ég held að í þessu geti kannski falist ákveðið tækifæri fyrir þingið til að taka bara svolítið frumkvæði í þessu mál. Af því það hefur ekki reynst verið núna síðustu 10 árin eða svo að bíða bara eftir einhverjum aðgerðum af toppnum, sko. Nei, ég held að það væri mjög gott ef bara þingflokkarnir tekið svolítið frumkvæði í þessu og leituðu þá lausna og málamiðla svona einhverjar, þótt það væri ekki nema afmarkaða breytingar. Og jafnvel, ég meina, það væri auðvitað að skoða að breyta breytingarákvæðum með einhverjum hætti. Þessi pattstöðu á undanförnum árum gefur kannski svolítið sterklega að kynna að breytingarákvæði sé bara of stíft og munum til dæmis bara það að þegar Ísland var lýðveldi þá var það samþykkt ekki á grundvelli núverandi breytingarákvæðis heldur með þjóðaratkvæðagreiðslu.
En við mögum ekki gleyma því, sko, okkur verður mjög starfþing á þingi í þessari umræðu, sko, að náttúrulega í grunni liggur vandi hjá fólkinu og við hefum erindi fyrir í dag það sem var að rekja afkomu frjálsra félagasamtaka og annarra að stjórnarskrárumræðu og það náttúrulega það sem alþingismenn og stjórnmálamenn eiga að gera, það að hlusta, hvað vill fólkið í landinu og það er þetta meiri spurning, hvernig getum við þróað þessa umræðu áfram og hvernig geta samtök, hér nóður af þeim, alveg samtök haft áhrif á umræðinu og reynda að knýja alþingi upp úr þessu skókjöfum. En til þess þarf þetta fólk að hafa sannfæringu fyrir því að það séu ákvæði sem að nauðsynlega þarf að breyta. Ég held að svona sannfæring sé nú víða og margt, eins og ég var ekki á margt sem að lítur á því að við þurfum að bregðast við. Heimurinn að breytast mjög hratt og ýmislegt sem að ógnar okkur.
Þetta má ekki vera skokkar af hennar og við tekum við það líka mikilvægt þess að hlusta fólk og heyra hvað það vill, en þetta endar fara alltaf í fanginn á þingina. Skulum ekki horfa fram í því og einnig hitt að lífinu líkur ekki í þingsætið annars þegar þó að það náist bara heimilsbréfi þessar lótu og ég reyni það upp að fyrsta þingmáli sem ég tókum eftir kjördæmabreytingunum sem tók gildi 2003 að það var að flytja enn og eftir gamla málum landið eitt kjördæmi og þetta hefur á.
Talandi að opna þá umræðina, kannski við sem inn í sal, Jón? Já, akkurat.
Þetta er bara rétt á meðan við erum að finna spurningarsal. Var þetta breytingarákvæði? Það er akkurat tillaga sem við erum að fara að koma með inn í þingið. Ég vona að verði tekið ákvæmt í það sem snýr að því að reyna að færa þetta upp úr allavega ákveðinni hljómförum sem nú gildandi reglur hvernig stjórnarskráin breytt. Það þarf að rúa þing og tvö þing þurfa að samþykkja breytinguna sem gerir að verkum að þetta einmitt tengt í kosningar sem að truflar að tvennuleyti, annars vegar vegna þess að það setur okkur í ákveðnar stellingar varðandi tímasetninguna á breytingum og stjórnarskrá og gerir ferli kannski óháð öðrum tímafrestum eins og hann nefndi það eftir áðan háð þeim, en líka það að það tekur svolítið frá fólki hvað að segja, frelsið í almennum kosningum að vera að þar að kjósa allt annað, það sé ekki verið að kjósa stjórnarskrána í alþingiskosningum, en það sjáum við það að fólki finnst það óþægilegt. Almenningur kannski hlynntur því akkúrat að færa stjórnarskrárbreytingar á grunni þessum þeirra vinnu sem unnin hefur verið, en það vill líka fá að kjósa sinn flokk til þings til þess að sinna öðrum málum. Þannig að það aðtengja þetta sett held ég sé mikilvægt. Og við erum að koma með tillögur sem að færa þetta aðeins meira í hendurnar á þjóðinni loka svarið.
Já, mér langar að skiljanlegt að því það sem kannski segja að tala það sem einhver flokkar að gera og þannig að sko, en ég langar ekki aðeins að reyna þetta því að horfa út yfir það og það sem hefst það verða ákveðandi strax í umræðinu ykkur og þetta að spurningin pólarism og hvernig hún sé nýr þáttur í stjórnmálaflóna og það sem að enginn hana nokkur hlutur, meðal annars mikið ósammála túlkun og það auðvitað ákveðandi hér, meðal annars bara með leikar það hvernig að túlka þess ágæti þjóðaratkvæðagreiðslu, hvað hún þýði, hvort hún þýði eitthvað eða ekki neitt og eða hvað ákveðin þættir úr kortinni og þessi svona túlkunar ósætti, það virðist oft draga mjög úr möguleikum á málanir sem fólk heldur sig að við sína túlkanir og þar með ólífslegt til að vilja gera málavinnanir og svo þetta hitt líka sem ég held að verður kannski valda samtal valdheiminu þetta þegar að lítil mál eru gerð að stóru mál sem líka einkenni pólarism. Kannski mætti vísa til þriðja orkupakka sem dæmi það líka. Þetta allt þetta sem gerist þegar að stjórnmálamálum séður að hópaða flokkar finna sem mál, gera stofnmál og æsa upp lífskeiðina. Þannig að við langar að spyrja ykkur kannski þetta aftur mér finnst það blastandi við og það var auðvitað líka fyrir umræðana þetta frumvarp sem að náður og einu sinni inn í nefnd konstruktionsfrumvarpið síðast. Þannig að það var svo fjarrir í það væri hægt að ná lendingu með einn einasta atriði með auðskipti íslenska tungu og spurning þetta hvað sjáið þið pólariseringu sem vandamál á þinginu núna og ef þið gerir það, hvað hægt að skæla þá við það?
Já, það Ég vil kannski segja, ég ekki vissum að ábyrðingur segja fjúkur hann lítur út að vera. Ég til dæmis Guð segja hvað þjóðan ekki kosin í stjórnarskrán kaus samt ákveðin tillögur þannig að við erum kannski ekki ósammála. Við erum ekki ósammála því að það hafi þarna verið farið fram gild kosning það sem að þjóðin vill bara lagalega fyrir sem það hefur. Það kannski í þessu samhengi verður kannski bara ákveðin orðingjastáttur okkur á milli sem kannski skiptir ekki kjarnamáli þegar allt kemur í allt. Ég ekki sem að það sé endilega vandamál, ekki jafn mikið vandamál og það kannski virðist vera og ekki jafn mikið vandamál, það er ekkert að vera vandamál mikið mann. Ég held að þetta sé eitthvað sem við eigum algjörlega geta nátt sáttum og kannski pólariseringen einhver leyti verður til akkurat bara í tengslum við söguna og annað frekar en hvað að segja breytum þetta sjálf og það sem við viljum gera. Kannski þurfum við kannski svolítið að taka þetta samtal bara á öðru forsendum.
Ég held að sé ákveðin pólarisering það eru eins og Guðmundur Árni sagði, það eru ákveðna skotgrafir sem ég held að fólk verður ekkert að koma sér upp constitution. Ég til dæmis deildi ekki alveg með Jóhanni Páli að ég held að breytingar breytingar ákvæði þetta ég held að það sé bara ákvæði í okkar stjórnarskrá. Það er bara mjög samfærilegt breytingar ákvæðum í öðrum stjórnarskrám annarra evrópskra lýðræðisríkja. Það á ekki að vera auðvelt að breyta stjórnarskrám. Og það verður að vera þessi pólitíski konsensus og þess vegna þarf þetta að fara ekki með 2 þing, að þó að það sé skipt valdhafa í kosningum, að þá sé þessi sátt að hún færist áfram yfir. Og það finnst mér fallegt við okkar stjórnarskrá og breytingarákvæði eins og það í henni. Svo held ég sömuleiðis að við verðum að hætta bara að tala nýja stjórnarskrá, þetta er orðið 10 ára. Og ég held að það er bara mjög margt gerst í íslensku samfélagi á 10 árum. Og ég tek undir það sem Arndís Anna segir, að ég held að það var í ákveðið byrjun að við myndum setjast yfir þessar tillögur. Og mér finnst persónulega þarna tillögur alveg alveg gamlar. Ég ætla bara að segja það eins og það er. Og svo er annað þarna ágætt.
Hefur það ekki 10 árum?
Ábyggilega. Ég held að mér hafi finnst þetta alveg alvarlega þá. Ég hafði ekki séð að lina. Og það er kannski líka merki það að ég nota nú oft þetta áratiltæki að hlutir þurfa maður. En ég er alveg sannfærð það að þingið geti tekið 5, 10, 15 atriði og tekið það bara alveg grundigt til skoðunar með þá að því enda markmiði að breyta stjórnarskránni. Ég er bara svo bjartsýn að það væri hægt. En að það taka alltaf 79 greinarnar og bæta 35 við. Ég ætla bara að fá að kjalla aðeins varðurinn.
En það er gleðilegt að heyra hérna samningsviljan. Ég kannski fæ aðeins að varpa hérna aftur út í sal. Eiríkur Tómasson.
Ég vil nú taka við þennan fund, þetta málþing. Ég er búin að koma mikið af þessum málum sem hér hafa verið nefnt og mér finnst nú stundum að ég er eins og Forrest Trump sem hann hættur hér á og ég hafa verið ansi víðar í þessu en við langast finnast aðeins að segja svo í fyrsta lagi þá fylgist við nú meiri bjartsýni áður í kosninga eftir að hafa heilt sérstaklega þessa ungu gáðið til orðnum sko, finnst mér.
Takk fyrir.
En nýju þingmenn, hvernig þeir tala hér, ég finnst það svona að vekja bjartsýnum að það megi koma þessu máli, þessu ferli aftur á stað. Kannski þurfa menn að taka sér meiri tíma en við ætluðum. Og mér langar til þess að segja aðeins eina reynslusögur og náttúrulega sögur. Ég reyndar þakka á Guðmundur Árni hefur verið þetta í nefndinni sem að fjalla stjórnarskrárbreytinguna að henni nýju fjöldanaskipan sem er búin enn á vinnu. Það er gert mikið á, ég kann staðfesta. En menn komust að samkomulagi í gegnum samræðum að lokum og mér langar til þess að segja frá því að 1998 hefði það verið, var ég kosinn á samt 8 öðrum á Alþingi í svokallaða auðlindanefnd. Auðlindanefnd skilar á sér eftir miklar umræður, þannig að það voru miklar allra flokka á þingi sem áttu sæti þessa nefnd, skilar á sér tillögum árið 2000. Megintillaga þeirrar nefndar var að tekið upp í stjórnarskrána nýtt ákvæði náttúruauðlindir í þjóðarinnar. Og það voru fulltrúar og 8 nefndarmenn og annar fulltrúi Framsóknarflokksins þessa nefnd skilaði sérákvæði. Ég var hinn fulltrúinn og svo voru 20 aðrir, það var meðal allir fulltrúar Sjálfstæðisflokksins. Við skilum þessari tillögu og þetta ákvæði var orðað og það er ekkert lítið munur á þessu ákvæði og það er borið saman við ákvæði sem er í svokallaðri nýju stjórnarskrá. Það er eitt atriði sem stendur þarna sem ég var nefnt og þetta tókst eftir umræður. Því miður komst maður litið lengra fyrir þetta álit sem hann var skilað, Jóhann Páll var formann þessara nefndar svo það sé viljaðu. En sko ég held að ef að menn setur sig á markmið að ná niðurstöðu, að þá sé það hægt, það þarf ekki endilega, það er kannski ekki víst að allir verði sammála á endanum, en ef að aukinn meirihluti, 2-3 þingmanna eru að baki eða stjórnmálaflokkar eru að baki því frumvarpi, að þá getur rétt að það gangi í gegn sem í
í stjórnarskrármálsins. Svona smátt og smátt eins og Guðrún Hafsteinsdóttir nefndi hér áðan, þá má breyta stjórnarskránni. Þetta tekur tíma. Ég held að þetta sé miklu raunhæfari leið heldur sú sem nú að menn grafir sér skotgrafi og skiptist á skoðum. Þannig ég bara hvet þessa 3 þingmenn og aðra sem að hér eru og hafa áhrif á stjórnmálum að reyna að breyta sér fyrir því að þetta samstarf fari í gang. Og það mjög gott að innan þingsins til þess að það verið mikið nást jafnvel meira árangur heldur en á milli ríkisstjórnar og stjórnarandstöðu.
Komment?
Ég held að það bara hárrétt fyrir sem það ykkur í þessu sambandi og þessi nálgun mjög skynsamlegt að grasrótin, hún láti sér þetta varða og ég tek undir með það. Ég átti vonaði miklu haframæri hér í þingmönnum sín á milli. En ég bara nefni þetta því að það var nefnt hér í einum eða 2 fyrirlestrum svona aðferðafræðilega breytingum og það var nefndur sá hugsanlega möguleiki að hafa í einstöku ákvæði skýra stjórnarskrár eða breyttra stjórnarskrár með opnum hætti. Þannig að þetta endaði meira að vinna hjá Hæstarétti eða dómstólum. Ég mæli nú ekki með því. Ég þjónustaði íslenska þjóð bæði í Washington og menn þetta á Hæstarétti. Það vilja menn að Hæstaréttur stjórni landinu þegar kemur að lykilatriðum? Nei, ég held ekki. En á móti kemur að það ekki aðvonst. Ég var líka í Íslandi og þá gerist það. Þessu máli þetta ekki við. Nema hvað að þar greip Hæstaréttur inn og úrskurði það að lengur væri ekki heimilt af stjórnvöldum að fangelsa samkynhneigt fólk. Ég gleymi því ekki að það komist nú 20.000 samkynhneigðir út á götuna á sama degi. Þannig að það er ekkert alveg í þessum heimi. Þannig að hvort tveggja getur ykkur. En ég held að Íslandingar vilja ekki Hæstaréttur ákveða hvert kjör og kringumstæður.
Nei, ég vil bara taka undir það sem Eiríkur segir hérna. Ég held að þetta er búið að vera í pattstöðu í þessa langa tíma og ef við í innrætti viljum ná breytingu fram, þá held ég að við vorum að borða þennan til í nokkra betur. Og ég held að yrði miklu meiri sátt það að við ákveðum einhver, eins og ég sagði áðan, 5, 10, 15 mál eða áhersluatriði sem að við ætlum að taka til skoðunar í þinginu. Og við þurfum svo sannlega að komast upp úr þeir skotgröfum sem við höfum verið í síðustu 10 árin. En ég vil líka þá áreita það að það þarf líka einhvern veginn að ná að breyta umræðinni því að maður finnir það og nú ég eftir TikTok bara svo það sé sagt. En ungt fólk hefur notað þann miðil mjög og breytt í og maður hittir ungt fólk sem upplifir sér svikið. Að það hefur verið svikið og bara hvað stjórnarskrá? Og það hefur þann skilning að þjóðaratkvæðagreiðslan hafi verið þjóðaratkvæði þessa stjórnarskrá. Þannig að umræðan komin bara út í móa. Þannig að við þurfum einhvern veginn að rétta kursina og ég held að við þurfum að draga eitthvað línu í sandinn og ákveða bara, nú þetta, við getum tekið þessar tillögur, hvað erum við öll kannski nokkurn veginn sátt að sé gott. Finnum á því. Hefur það að lifa vandist 10 ár?
Ertu sammála þetta línu í sandinn?
Nei, sannarlega ekki. Sannarlega ekki. Og allir kannski hugnaði að fara til þetta á það væri óumdeilt að þjóðin hefði nú góðs undir þetta og hún hefði nú verið ekki stjórnarskrá. Stjórnarskrárbreytingar. Það ekki verið samþykkt. Nei, ég skil það. Og það er ekki orðið að stjórnarskrárinn degi frá þetta sambúð. Vilji þjóðarinnar var alltaf að skil, ég skil þetta unga fólk og það er gaman að heyra. Ég er ekki hættur á TikTok og gaman að heyra þessi svona meðstöðu þetta mál, því þetta er það spennandi. Hvernig þetta hefur þróast. En ég hef svo bara mjög mikið áhuga á því að gefast ekki upp og að ná þessi í gegn. Ég vil enda að sjá nýja heila stjórnarskrá. Mér finnst leiðilegt að sjá fyrir mér einhver svona bútasöm sem að endalaust er staðhættur með mikilvægt plagg, en ekki síst vegna þess hversu illa nýja eða gamla stjórnarskráin endurspeglar okkar stjórnskipan eins og nýta, þá sé ég einhvern veginn fyrir mig bara að það sé yrði alltaf miklu léttara svolítið á skoðaðarmyndum grunni. Og ég hef trúið að það náðist samstæðan það ég ekki gera hvað á hans.
Jóhann Páll?
Svo mikið saman.
Örstutt.
Fyrir 6 ára fór fram þjóðaratkvæðagreiðsla í Bretlandi. Það var boðað til þeirra þjóðaratkvæðagreiðslu á mjög svona ætlum forsendum, bara til þess að friða ákveðin öll í ákveðinum stjórnmálaflokki. Svo fór þjóðaratkvæðagreiðslan á ákveðin hátt sem stjórnmálastéttin í Bretlandi hugnaðist alls ekki. Engu að síður var það bara þannig eftir þessa þjóðaratkvæðagreiðslu að það veltist enginn í vafa það að það yrði að fylgja þessari niðurstöðu. Sama hversu fáránleg fólki þóttu. Þeir fáu sem töluðu fyrir því að fylgja henni ekki, þeir voru svo gersamlega teknir af lífi í fjölmiðlum. Ég ekki að segja að þetta sé jákvætt fordæmi, en ég skil opaslega vel og ég held að sé að einhverjum leyti bara mjög réttmætar ástæður fyrir því að þessi tilfinning situr eftir hjá mjög mörgum að fólk hafi verið svikið. Og þegar við tölum þetta, þá það má vel vera að manni finnist eitthvað í tillögu stjórnlagaráðs alveg hryllilegt. En ég held að vera bara svona svolítið að sýna því virðingu að þarna fór þessi þjóðaratkvæðagreiðsla fram. Þetta var niðurstaðan. Það hægt að lesa ýmislegt í niðurstöðuna. Ég meina að það alveg rétt sem Guðrún Hafsteinsdóttir segir að þetta var ekki bindandi atkvæðagreiðsla það hvort tillaga stjórnlagaráðs ætti orðrétt að verða að lögum. Þetta var verið að greiða atkvæði hvort það ætti að leggja þessa tillögu til grundvallar frumvarpi að nýrri stjórnarskrá. Svo var vissulega frumvarpið lagt fram, þótt það hafi svo ekki orðið að lögum. En ég held að það sé líka, ég held að það væri bara mjög mikill skaði, ég held að það hafi verið mjög mikill skaði unninn með því einhvern veginn að stjórnmálastéttin láti svolítið bara eins og þetta hafi ekki gerst, eins og þetta kom okkur ekki við. Þetta sé bara, þetta tilheyrir fortíðinni. Mér finnst það bara að vera ákveðið lögmætis og svona prinsippmál að þegar við ræðum stjórnarskrárbreytingar að við svona höfum þetta alltaf svolítið til hliðsjónar og til dæmis bara þegar kemur að því að setja auðvitað ákvæði. Það ef við teljum að það eigi að víkja í mjög miklum atriðum frá tillögu stjórnlagaráðs auðvitað ákvæði, þá finnst mér hvíla ákveðin sönnunarbyrði á þinginu að útskýra af hverju það
bara einhverja þeirri sem að
nákvæmlega. Áður við förum að renna út tíma, ein loka spurning út úr sal til panelsins.
En ég þakka fyrir þennan málþing og framhaldið. Ég man ekki því að Guðmundur Árni var fyrir mörgum árum og skilaði tillöguna í hægt, sem náttúrulega gaman núna. Ef ég var rétt þá var Jón Kristinsson og annar menn sem skilaði tillögum og svo ríkið sem skilaði nefnd líka. Og nú er þetta að tala að það er 10 ár sem það taka saman og þess að alveg úrveikt og allt að vera. Þegar við ykkur áður þannig saman til að það geta aldrei verið stjórnarskrármálin í 10 ár og það er að endurlega að þú er úrveikt þá.
Einhver svara?
Já, það var ég ekki að þessi þessa til að verða það að granna það. En ég ítrykka þess að ég held að það sé góður bráði að við tökum þessar tillögur sem að stjórnlagaráð lagði fram og við tökum þær aftur til endurskoðana, hafa þær elst við, eru þær stuttgildar. Eins og ég sagði, ég ítrykka það að ég held að sé ekki hver pólitísk sátt allar þær tillögur. Þannig að en stjórnarskráin á einmitt að vera slag sem að lifir af tíðaraftan, lifir af alls konar breytingar, deilumál og annað sem sjálflega nokkrar ákveðin tíma.
það þetta vera grunnreglur í stjórnarskránni, en sko, við mögum ekki gleyma því að þessi tillaga að stjórnarskrá, þetta var mjög breiður hópur sem var þar á bakvið, alls konar fólk á ýmsum aldri og hafi mikið af sérfræðingum sér til ráðuneytis og komst að þessari niðurstöðu, þetta er bara mjög merkilegt og tók náttúrulega sinn tíma á það sko, og ég held að sé enginn sem heldur því fram eða mjög fáir að það eigi að taka þessar tillögur algjörlega óbreyttar. Það ekki sé alveg ljóst sko, og það eru náttúrulega megna það sko, það eru starfandi hér á landinu samtök kvenna nýja stjórnarskrá og það eru sko þúsundir meðlima og ef ég veit rétt þá eru einmitt mótmælaaðgerðir núna fyrir á Austurvelli til að minna á að það er 10 ár liðin og frá því að þessi tillögur komið fram og ekkert hefur gert. En ég veit það ekki, sko, einhverju veit hægt að taka sko þessar breytingar 1995 til fyrirmyndar, 1995 og taka bara hreinlega kafla í einu, sko, myndu menn sætta sig á það, byrja bara á stjórnskipaninni og reyna að komast að breytingum í stað þess að halda áfram að hjakka svona í sama færinu. Pétur, þú nefndir Gunnar Thoroddsen, hann, sko, þetta var fyrir lokinn og hans ferli, hann var ekki, það var síðasta sem að gerði á Alþingi, það var að leggja fram frumvarp til breytinga á stjórnarskránni. Mjög stórt og mikið og merkilegt frumvarp. Þannig að
það er skjóta aðeins fram í, við erum alveg komið fram með tíman okkar og það eru nokkra spurningar í salnum. Já, það er einhver sem þurfa að fara að mótmæli. Það er ein spurning hérna, eru fleiri spurningar, 2. Tökum þær bara saman og vörpum á panelin.
Ykkur ekki tekstaði til þess að finna úr þessu mál. Það verður bara eitthvað annað og til að líka. Þannig að ég hann tókandi, ég ekki út, ég ekki nýtt og ég var tekstið það ekki til að vinna. Því ykkur. Ég kom að líka á einhverjum. Ég var líka lengi og ég tekstið ekki.
Önnur spurning hérna, sem getur við tekið hérna saman?
Og við þessum að nefna þetta. Í fyrsta lagi náttúrulega, ég talaði mikið að þetta er aðeins allt eða eftir og þetta. Sko, munum það að þingið auðvitað á sínum tíma tók tillögur á stjórnlagaráði og vann með það. Þannig að það var aldrei neitt sá skilningur upp í að meinum að það er hægt og óbreytt. Og í öðru lagi, þá hafði Bjarni Benediktsson náttúrulega málsins upp með það sem var þetta gekk út á það að vinna þetta á 3 kjörtímabilum. Katrín Jakobsdóttir breytti því svo og hækkaði þeim og þetta átti að vinnast á 2 kjörtímabilum og taka einhverjum ákvæði í einu. Þannig að ég held að það sé ekki sem skilningur þar á stjórnmálaflokka að gera á þann hátt og að stjórnmálaflokka hafi lagt meira uppbúði á endanum til því að komum sem heilsvægt plagg. Og svo aðeins varði þessar skautun sem það er mjög ábyrgandi mjög sögum samfélagi en við gerum ekki lít úr því. En það verið inn í þessari vinnu á síðustu kjörtímabili þá hafði nú oft verið á því venjulega að það var kannski ekki endilega mestu átökin á milli þeirra sem áttu að vera lengst frábærum öðrum í málum. Þessi var það nú dálítið oft sem var flokkar sem voru bara vísna nálægt öðrum og voru einhvern veginn að spila taktiska leik til þess að vera ekki sjálfstjórn aðræði ekki og þá kom inn að það Guðmundur Árni talaði að flokka leitast til þess að vera eitthvað stöðu.
Og ein loka spurning.
Ég ætla ekki að hafa mikla spurningar upp til að segja það að það sem komið fram þetta síðasta að taka þetta ekki í allt í einu bita. Ég held að skiptir okkar á þetta máli. Það sem að Kristín sagði þessi hérna í lokin Ég var í þessari nefnd þegar við vorum að undirbúa það. Það var ástæðinni samfélaguna og allir sem samfélaginu áður og það líka það og núna sem við veitum að ekki allir verið sammála það sem það kemur fram. Það var þetta tekna mánar hér og þar og alltaf og það mun alltaf verða þannig. En ekki, ég hins vegar treysti allir ykkur af ykkur til að gera þetta. Auðvitað það var eitthvað til annað og þannig að allt það gert. Og mér finnst mjög skrítið. Ég tók þetta atkvæði þessum stjórnarskrá. Við rættum það mjög vel, þess að ég var miklu vafa hvernig þetta hverju atkvæði. Það var eitthvað spurningar í mjög vel. Það sem spurt ákveðin aðstöðu sem voru inni. Þannig við vorum ekki að samþykkja akkurat þetta sem þarna var. Þetta átti bara að vera grundvöllur fyrir frábáðamátti sem var svo notað þetta kom fram. Og þau komið fram í svona í okkur reynslu. Það var bara þetta sem ég langaði til að segja að ég ekki saman því að ég bara að samþykkja þessa stjórnarskrá frá en það hefur ekki getað tekið þátt í þessum með konum sem að vilja frá þessa nýju stjórnarskrá auðvitað út af þessu. Þegar ég greiddi atkvæði, þá var ég ekki fyrir atkvæði það ég vilja hafa stjórnarskrá og svona. Og bara ég vil alls ekki gera þetta miklu auðvitað að breyta stjórnarskránni eins og mér hefur.
Heyrðu, við erum að renna út af tíma, þetta voru gagnleg komment. Ég ætla kannski svona aðeins bara svona örstutt, bara svona, hvað heitir það, svona hraðaspurningar. Það er kannski í lokin. Og það er þess að sko, Kristín Ástgeirsdóttir talaði að það var að ná inn þessa fundamental breytingu 95 jafna stöðu karla og kvenna, sem er eitthvað svona sem að sko, snertir mann kannski djúpt í hjartanu. Síðan það sem Guðmundur Árni var að tala að það voru allir óanægðir. Og það var góðu lausn og þá kannski varpaði það til nýju þingmannina. Segjum svo í lok kjörtímabilsins að það verði þá einhver þannig niðurstaða. Það verður hundóanægð en það er eitthvað þarna inni sem þið eru sátt með. Eitt lýsingarorð, hvernig myndi ykkur líða?
Þetta hvað væri? Já. Ég mynd bara kjósættu minni samfæringu sko. Ég veit ekki hvað það getur verið.
Tilfinning að komast upp úr skotgröfunum, hvernig væri svo tilfinning?
Hvað segir þið?
Hvernig væri svo tilfinning að finna það að hafa komast upp úr skotgröfunum?
Það verður sigurtilfinning.
Sigurtilfinning? Arndís Anna?
Það verður mjög gaman.
Jóhann Páll?
Ég kannski bara fínt. Sér að vera að tala með vantraust í okkar garð og svona. Þá er það bara þannig að í mínum huga þá ber okkur skylda til að reyna að leysa úr þessu. Við getum ekki haldið áfram í þessum hjálpverðum sko og það er þannig samkvæmt núgildandi stjórnskipan að þótt þjóðin sé stjórnarskrárgjafinn þá hefur þjóðin framsett þetta vald til löggjafans.
Ákveður þetta vald?
Já, ákveðunarvald í þessu. Mér langar tvö þing að samþykkja það.
Mér langar aðeins að þú skjóta eins og að því gaman sko vegna þess að það hefur komið 20 ár síðan að kjörstjórnarskipunin var breytt. Ég er mjög hlynntur að skoða það á nýjan leik vegna þess að ég er einu viðkvæmasta kjördæmi landsins og ég er að fara núna til Grindavíkur og ég er að fara til Hafnar í Hafnarfirði næstu viku og það er mjög sterkt sjónarmið í mínu kjördæmi að það kjördæmi sé stórt og ætti að skipta því tvennt. Þannig að ég held að það sé til svona dæmigert mál sem við verðum að taka til skoðunar hvort þessi stóri landsbyggðarkjördæmi sé ekki alltaf stór.
Þetta var eiginlega gagnrýnisraddir.
Áður þetta fara að leysa sér þá passaði nokkuð þetta saman. Jón, vilt þú segja? Hvað segirðu? Já, bara slúta þessu, ég vil ekki segja það. Takk fyrir.
Mér langaði nú bara áður en við hættum að þakka öllum kærlega fyrir þátttökuna. Bæði þeim sem eru hér, það hefur fjölgað verulega núna upp á síðkastið og þeim sem eru að fylgjast með á netinu, sem er einhver slatt af fólki og ykkur kærlega fyrir þessar skemmtilegu umræður. Ég ætla líka að minna alla á það að það eru sem sagt að samkoma á Austurvelli, þar sem að mér skilst að bjóða upp á köku og kaffi. Þannig við ákváðum að bjóða ekki upp á léttar veitingar hér, heldur bjóða okkur upp á að fara á Austurvöll og sjá hvað þar er í boði og þannig að þið gerir það. Og bara takk fyrir, við skulum bara gefa öllum gott klapp þetta.